Divinely Inspired, Andrea, Donnie Williams. Let's see who else hop in this place. Oh my goodness. Not well. Let's go uptown. Now you remember I try to tell people about this crazy little town, man. And it's a town, a lot of people, for some reason, it's a beautiful town. It's a beautiful town. It's a beautiful world. But I have to say, this, this when I read about this, it did not surprise me at all. And I think people should have a glimpse of this, and that is the mentality of folks in DC. just how their brain works. And people know they have go-go. And people, some people when they think about, hear about a lot of these quote unquote kingpin drug dealers and shit getting out of jail, getting released from jail after 30 years. Now, keep in mind, the one that has done more time than any other kingpin, probably in the US of recent times, of this lifetime. I'm 53, of my lifetime, right? Is a dude named Rayful Edmonds. And this dude is still locked up. I mean, it's over 30 years, You hear cats getting clemency after 20, 25 years, 30, Unique Mecca is from New York. He's out in 25. Well, there's another cat that broke that record. He's still, he went to jail as a young man. And is still locked up. Uh, yeah, done over 30 years. I don't even know how many years it is now, but it's Rayful Edmonds. He was just a young man when he was thrown in jail for, yeah, being a kingpin in DC, you could say. If you want to call it that, that's a general term. Kingpin, conspiracy, all of this stuff. That's a general term. But in any case, today is not about, yeah, let's do it, Andrea. Today, it is not about the narcotics or anything like that. That's typical in America. And DC is just another town, the capital. They got hit hard with drugs and guns, you could say, at a certain time period in the US, in the late 80s, mid 80s to 90s, But I just found out some other crazy, wild stuff. And that is a FBI agent got carjacked. Got carjacked near the Capitol. Near the Capitol. This was months ago. I don't know why. This is a month ago. I don't know why I didn't even hear it. I've been so busy watching other shit, but this is real talk. It really happened. A young dude, and we're about to find out what happened. But when I found out more, well, let me just shut up and let the tape play. Let me know if.
Welcome to Lincoln Park here, a familiar place for so many in D.C., just a few blocks away from the Capitol building. It is also the same place where an off-duty FBI agent had their car jacked in broad daylight yesterday. So this map you're looking at here shows where this all started, but also how quickly it all ended. D.C.
Do you know this is the part of town I grew up in, Capitol Hill East, Lincoln Park. Yes, just a few blocks from Lincoln Park. And as they said in the 80s and the 90s, you could buy crack across the street from the White House. Well, you could get your FBI agent could get their car jacked or something else. You see what I'm saying? In that same part of town, the same part of town. Look at this, 15th Street, 15th Street Southeast. Okay, well, I grew up 15th Street Northeast, just up the street, maybe like 8 blocks the other direction, away from the river. But yeah, man, this is where we grew up, Capitol Hill. And yes, FBI agent got his goddamn shit carjacked. Absolutely. Got his shit carjacked right there. Same part of town. Same type of young kids grew up there as in my generation. Absolutely. Shit, I went to goddamn middle school just a few blocks away from here. Yeah, me and my whole goddamn crew. All of us. All of us. You see what I'm saying? This, if you don't know where this is, 15th Street, this is Potomac Gardens. I don't know if y'all know my homeboy Grizz that was up here, that was locked up for like 25 years, something like that. He was talking about what Polite can expect when he gets into jail, being a offender of the sexual type. What's up, young Heru? Well, this is one of the places he used to be, Potomac Gardens, right? And but this is Potomac Gardens after gentrification. I mean, it's still, gentrification or not, in DC you can get it, FBI agent or not, or somebody else. I mean, it's just, there's something in people's brains that doesn't say no. There's not a no. There's only a go. That's why our music is called go-go. There's only go. And for some reason, I don't know if that's a sign of intellect or just craziness, but here we go.
Police telling News 4 this happened on 12th Street Northeast at around 3:45 yesterday afternoon. Not even half an hour later, they found the agent's car about a mile away, just a few blocks from the Potomac Avenue metro station. And here is what that scene looked like: the flashing lights, the police tape, and investigators surrounding that stolen car. Now, was yesterday's carjacking unique because it happened to an FBI agent? Of course it was. However, the crime that we're talking about here is nothing new for DC. Since the start of this year, more than 900 times a car has forcibly been taken by a driver on the streets of DC. Here's a look at some pretty high-profile cases just in the last 2 months. On October 2nd, a sitting U.S. congressman carjacked near his home in Navy Yard.
I looked at one with a gun, another with a gun, a third one behind me. So they said they wanted my car. I said, sure, you got to keep calm in those situations. And then they took off.
Yeah, a good tip there to definitely stay calm. At the end of October, a 13-year-old boy shot and killed while trying to carjack a federal officer right by a bunch of courthouses. November 14th, an Amazon delivery van carjacked. And then, of course, yesterday's incident, an off-duty FBI agent carjacked. Now, regarding yesterday's incident, we know that both DC police and FBI, they are working on this case. They're looking for 2 suspects, we are told. I'm Joseph Olmo, reporting in the district. News 4.
They're looking for 2 suspects, but things have changed because
We've got breaking news. 2 more batches of documents related to convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein have just been made public. A federal judge has been unsealing thousands of pages of court papers since Wednesday.
Is it rolling or is it my neck? That's so slow. What's going on here? Yeah. So a little slow today? I did. Sorry about that. I put the wrong one in there. Sorry about that. I'm about to drop the link also. That wasn't nice. Here we go. That should do it. Sorry, back with the program, folks. Here we go.
Terrible secret.
Now we have an update this morning on a high-profile carjacking in the district. The FBI arrested a teenager suspected of carjacking a federal agent on Capitol Hill last week.
That's right. And News 4's Juliana Valencia is live at D.C. Police Headquarters with the latest on this case. Juliana, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Jumi and Tony. So FBI court documents showed his home in Southeast. Now, the agent reported the only thing that was missing from her car when she got it back was ammunition. And during the arrest, detectives recovered ammunition issued from the FBI from a closet inside his home. Now, 17-year-old Devontana Lynch, he is being charged as an adult and held without bond for armed carjacking. Detectives believe Lynch is one of the 2 suspects seen on video released last week. He was suspended from high school both Tuesday and Wednesday last week. The carjacking occurred Wednesday afternoon. Now, staff at his high school told authorities the clothing he was wearing at school the day after the carjacking looked just like what he was seen wearing in that surveillance video. Now, Lynch is due back in court on Monday. Meantime, D.C. police are offering a reward leading to an arrest for information for that suspect in that second armed carjacking. Back to you.
All right, Juliana, thank you.
Damn. So it appears that there's a carjacking FBI agent committed by teenagers in Washington, D.C. And what else is there? Then there is the car is retrieved, but there's ammunition missing. And as you can see, running off in the background was two teenagers, it appears to be, right? Two young men. Yeah. The incident happened on the Capitol Hill side, Potomac Gardens area of DC. Capitol Hill, Potomac Gardens is like southeast side of Capitol Hill. And yeah, that's a very odd thing, but it gives you a mentality, understanding of the mentality somewhat. Sadly, I mean, I don't know how different it is. I don't want to moan, and I'm not one of these people that's going to be like, yeah, all is lost and things are so bad in the city that, things are so irregular. Nah, I'm not going to be like that about it, because to me, it just seems like the same shit. Uh, every time I'm back in DC myself and I'm talking to people, people tell me things have changed because, the gentrification has been heavy in DC. But when you're dealing with the black community, um, I don't know how the word changed applies necessarily, unless it means getting gentrified. But this shit is just wild, man. It's just wild. The other thing is that they said the young man was in high school, or he had been kicked out of high school recently, something like that, suspended from high school. That's what it is. Um, but I don't know. I mean, you know, if this could happen, how does that reflect things changing? To me, it sounds like things may have changed, yeah, but it doesn't necessarily take the extreme nature of things at times when it comes to crime. I mean, but that's what's going down in DC, man. They would carjack an FBI agent. For a second, I even thought they had kidnapped one. But let me go back to here and see if I can find some more footage on this. Yeah, before I hop off of this bad boy. I'm not hopping off. We're gonna flip it. There's a few subjects we want to catch tonight. Of course, the shenanigans. We got to do that because it's Friday. But then there's some other things. Let me see here. DC FBI agent carjacked. Let's see here. Maybe FBI employee carjacked, right? I mean, is there carjacking? Is this a carjacking epidemic? Is that what they're calling it?
Put off the top of 10 tonight. We continue our city in Northeast
into neighboring communities.
Notice how they call it city under siege and shit. It's like DC been under siege for like goddamn 30, 40 years damn near now.
Other parts of the DMV.
Continue our city under siege coverage. This time, an FBI employee carjacked in Northeast DC.
Meanwhile, crime is spilling over into neighboring communities, according to police in other parts of.
What? Northeast? Is this a different carjacking? A different FBI agent? It's like, what the fuck? What is this? That's the other one was Southeast. Hold on.
The DMV. Fox 5's Jacqueline Matter live from FBI headquarters tonight with the very latest. Hi, Jacqueline.
Oh, you got to understand. That's what it is. Capitol Hill, the way it's placed, it's a neighborhood. It's not that small of a neighborhood, but it borders Northeast and Southeast. You got the Southeast side of Capitol Hill and the Northeast side, and they are just they're not even minutes, they're seconds away from each other, so you could be in the Southeast side one moment and then be on the Northeast side and the second and a minute later, 30 seconds later. So, it changes in the middle of Capitol Hill, but it's still the same neighborhood. But let's see here.
Hey there, Jim and Angie. That's right. Add this latest carjacking to the list of more than 900 carjackings to date in DC. We told you about a number.
900. That was 900 carjackings last year in DC. DC is the smallest major city in the country.
Of these high-profile carjackings, including those that targeted lawmakers, the president's granddaughter's security detail, and now an FBI employee. But get this,
you hear this? The president's granddaughter's security detail. Yo, got carjacked. Yo, this shit crazy. But check this out. You may have heard of the Cameron, the rapper from New York, was almost carjacked in DC too, but he was shot in DC. They tried to carjack his Lamborghini or something. But in any case,
does not stop there. Everyday people people now being targeted, including a man in Mount Rainier tonight. An FBI employee,
Yeah,
the
Donnie.
latest victim in a
Crazy,
string
man.
of carjackings across the DMV. The car stole along 12th Northeast around 3:45 p.m. The victim told officers that two suspects took off with their vehicle. About 25 minutes later, the car was found here on 15th Street Southeast, less than a mile away from where the car was taken.
Really out of control. They still in FBI cars now? It's crazy.
Around that same time, another carjacking, this time in Mount Rainier, Maryland. Exclusive video shows two males, both with black masks and dark clothing, holding the victim before police say they shot him in the right shoulder. The suspects took off with the victim's 2011 Dodge Durango, and they, along with the car, have not been found. The police chief telling Fox 5 the victim was heading home, had a pizza in his hand, and the suspects, believed to be juveniles, were waiting for anyone to prey on.
They were pretty much laying and waiting for any victim that came up. And we've seen this across the board, that they'll come through our city and some of our neighboring cities and just look for victims, crime of opportunity. They'll come and approach them and most times presenting guns and taking their vehicles or belongings.
The community and Chief Alston alike raising their concerns about the control now spreading.
It's not going to end. I don't see no ending right now.
You think these juveniles that are committing these crimes are coming from the district into this area?
It appears that they're definitely fleeing back into the district.
Anything you would say to leaders in other neighboring cities about this crime spilling over into your community here?
What we're saying, we're working together with local law enforcement, with local communities as well, and we need you to be a part of our solutions. We need you to be vigilant.
Now, we are told that FBI employee was not injured. As for the man in Mount Rainier, we are told that he is recovering in the hospital tonight. We are, of course, still searching for answers about that FBI employee's vehicle. What is it government issued? Were there any weapons or tactical gear inside? Of course, we'll stay ahead of this one for you, both on air and online at fox5dc.com.
Yeah, well, they say there was some ammunition missing. Let me see this. DC. Okay, let me try this one more time. Let's see what pops up here. Okay, anti-crime legislation. Man, I told these folks. I mean, people ask me, there's a big debate, and there's a debate in DC, man. There's you have slightly older generation than mine, maybe you could say 10 years older than me or 5 years older than me. And that in DC, it makes a big difference, maybe somehow in the thinking, right? Partly because in terms of the activists, you have the old generation of activists, and then you have you have a different, maybe more progressive generation of activists, which I would call younger ones. I would say I'm more related to younger, although I'm 53 my damn self, so I can identify with the folks my age and older too. But what I would say is that one thing I noticed is that there's some things that exist in DC that are kind of abnormal, partly a frame of thinking, I would say, that doesn't exist. Well, I would say it's very American and doesn't really exist outside the U.S. I've never seen it outside of the U.S., this kind of way of thinking. And that is, for example, young kids, have it really rough. And there's been, there hasn't been a big push for trade schools, for example, in the nation's capital. If you're a young kid from DC and you want to, for example, drive a bus, or even better than a bus, drive a metro, they don't even have, you can't learn to drive the metro in DC. You got to go to Virginia. You see what I mean? And the mentality, the difference between DC folk and Virginia folk, it is a big, extreme difference, but for example, you might be able to do something like construction in DC if you're lucky. But see, here's the thing. They almost consider it lucky to get into a program let's say, to get an apprenticeship, it's like considered lucky to get an apprenticeship in something like, in a construction, engineering, these kind of things. And a teacher in DC, he's about 10 years older than me, right? He's a poet, a pretty well-known poet in DC. But DC got a lot of poets. I'm a poet, by the way. My father was a poet, by the way. I mean, poetry is what you could expect to exist in DC. You can go out and see poetry any damn night of the week. But here's the thing. It's always been like that since the 50s. You know what I'm saying? But the thing about it is that this teacher told me that one of his students wasn't going to be able to get into the apprenticeship program to drive the trains because he had weed in his drug test. And I asked him, I said, yo, I asked the dude, I was like, yo, man, why the fuck are they testing people for weed to get into an apprenticeship program for Metro? Like, what the? I was like, who's getting tested? And I realized, the guy, he was older, so he couldn't admit that there might be a point there, that might be a little extreme. Because I asked him, I was like, man, are they testing motherfucking Metro workers every day? They get out there to drive the bus, to drive this. Are they testing these people? Like, no. Are they testing the fucking police? No, not like that. Not every day they pick up their gun, go out and stop a crime. They don't know if that police officer smoked a J. But yet in the same damn city where they have all this problem with young kids, they can't seem to see how extreme that might be to exclude a young kid from an apprenticeship program in engineering, something like engineering, carpentry, some shit like this. Because he had weed in his system in a city where weed is legal. What sense do that make? But that older guy, I'm not saying all the older ones think like this, they don't. But this brother, he just couldn't understand what I was trying to say to him. I would argue that all of the so-called lawlessness you see in DC, what they call lawlessness, I would argue it's because the city, the capital, has fumbled the ball on young people, period. Yeah, it's a funny thing. DC is not a state, but I'm not blaming this on statehood. I'm blaming this just on what people call fucking normal. This is what you get. In the nation's capital, a place that's never lacking money. You might see homelessness that's extreme. Again, homelessness is another example. You got homelessness in one of the richest places on earth. Just homelessness. Like, this is another one of these oxymorons. You see, the struggle in DC is that there has always been, no matter the fact that that DC's richer than it's ever been, when you look at certain population, you would never fucking know it, because some of the same issues just persist over and over and over, to the point to where, what do you get? What you get?
Meanwhile, we have news just into the Fox 5 newsroom. A 17-year-old arrested and charged after that armed carjacking of an FBI agent in the DC. It happened last week on Capitol Hill. Court documents that we obtained showed the Devon FBI vehicle along with another suspect. The car was ditched and recovered a few blocks away. While Lynch is in custody, the second suspect remains at large.
Do you know? Listen, folks, the reason why I said all that is simple. Check this out. I mean, do you know how many programs, tech trade schools exist where I live today in Copenhagen and Denmark? Do you think motherfuckers is getting tested for stupid shit like that? No. If you might get some kind of test when your behavior on duty, on the job is being affected. And outside of that, it is minimal, random, maybe. You see what I mean? But yet in DC, it's the opposite. If you want to go to a program to learn how to drive a metro train, you got to get your ass over there in Virginia. Can't do it in DC. You got to go through all kinds of crazy rules made by the federal government. Yes. Check this out. Or even private industry. Private industry can get inside of there and dictate the terms. Private industry is saying someplace like, what is this, Home Depot, who's going to give, do some training program for carpenters, for young kids and blah, blah, blah. They're going to put some shit in there like, well, we're going to give this young kid a drug test. Let's test him for weed. And if he gets caught for weed, excluded. I mean, why don't they treat white folk this way anywhere on earth? You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying that they don't get treated like that in DC, but goddamn, there's not a whole lot of them to be tested. I mean, what white person wants to fucking drive a metro train? How many fucking times have you seen that in DC, Maryland, and Virginia? A white person driving a fucking bus. You see what I'm saying? These kind of laws, archaic ass laws, tend to affect the brown kids, the black kids, the young ones. You know what I'm saying? Then on top of that, it's just criminalizing a young person. Like the idea that somebody's looking at you that way. I mean, a fucking drug test, that's what they give criminals. Pretty much. That's what they give motherfuckers when they lock your ass up on the street. Give them a piss test. That's the weird. I'm sorry, y'all. I will never understand this. And I'm going to tell you, this part of town, I can't wait till I'm back. And I can't wait till my doc is out. And by the way, y'all, trust me, what you seeing, that sizzle reel that you see up there from my doc, I made like 2-3 years ago. Because I've been editing and doing the some of the graphic elements. It takes some time, it's a lot of work, and cutting a doc, it's a lot into this shit. Folks are going to be amazed. But one of the reasons why I'm doing that doc is to be able to get a certain kind of thinking back out in there. And that is that we got to do something to humanize some of these young people, because as you can see, they got Fox News got 30 years in a fucking row. City under siege, city under siege, city under siege. It's like, yo, y'all doing something wrong. Y'all doing something fucking wrong. Like crazy. It's not a city under siege. It's young black people under fucking siege. That's who's under siege. It's not the fucking city. I mean, they I don't know, man. Let me read some of the comments, yo. It's SOP to test for city and private jobs. I don't even know what SOP means. What does that mean? Bro, divinely inspired. What does SOP mean? I mean, yo, SOP. I'm like, dude, this is the weirdest shit I never heard of. I don't understand it. To me, this is like, it doesn't make any fucking sense. I don't get it. Unless you've already been convicted of a crime somehow. I don't see it. I don't understand it. Oh, standard operating procedure. Yeah. It's standard operating procedure, but I think something else is going on, bro. Like, it is standard operating procedure. That must be it. I don't get it. You can take your ass out there, get drunk any day of the week. Any day of the week, you can be an alcoholic, and this shit ain't gonna affect you at all. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many drugs that's going on out there that they don't even test for. You see what I'm saying? Like, and in a city where weed is legal, people are being prescribed weed for PTSD and other. It's like, what is this? I don't get it. I understand testing for certain kind of things, psychedelics, things that are enhancing your mood, methamphetamines, all that crazy shit. We talking about a kid not being able to get into a apprenticeship program, right? Some kind of engineering apprenticeship program because he failed his weed test. That's it. Nobody said, hey, this kid is like acting up in class. Nobody said, hey, this kid ain't getting good grades. Nobody said, hey, this kid got up and cursed the teacher out. No. What the kid did was smoke a joint. That's basically it. Why can't your performance get you kicked the fuck out? I mean, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, that just, to me, that is so almost targeting. It's almost targeted. You know, I don't get it. But yeah. Let me see here. The company must do due diligence. If they know that you're using recreationally, they won't hire. It's been that way for a while. Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm just like, I don't get it, man. I really don't get it. I don't get it, to be honest. I mean, I'm talking about this weed thing. Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't be concerned and don't have a job to do or anything, but to me, it just seems like a little. I mean, think about the drug laws in the what did they say, in the 40s and the 50s with how it didn't get a bad name until all of a sudden it was associated with Mexicans, weed. Then it was like the devil's drug. I mean, I don't know. But in any case, we have standard operation procedure. We have all of these things, and then at the same time, we still got young kids. Young kids. What to do with the young kids? What do you do with the young kids? I mean, there was something here where they one of these articles or one of these broadcasts we just watched mentioned that the kid had been expelled from school. And obviously, if you don't want to be on the receiving end of that carjacking. And I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about that. I mean, again, that's obviously something that should disqualify you, right? Carjacking. Look, what if you got, this is what I'm saying. What if you test the kid, right? Who carjacked the FBI agent and he passed the drug test. But the kid who ain't out there carjacking, he's going to school, he's following the program, he gets tested for weed and he fails the drug test. They become one and the same. No job. The kid that went to the class, now he might have to carjack. Let's see here. I'm not saying that that's exaggerated a little bit, but you see what I mean here. Suppose that he got hired and drove a bus and crashed it with the weed in the system. The city would be civil. Yeah, but the problem is, brother. See, I think we talked about this before. The problem is that a person can be an alcoholic and have no problem with those tests. And the alcohol is really proven to be pretty much, maybe even more dangerous, while driving. You see what I'm saying? And they're not like, after a certain amount, weed is staying in their system. The effects of it aren't, pretty much. I mean, these kids are like, you see what I mean? Like, it's extreme. It's kind of extreme. I mean, alcoholism has proven to be an issue. So why can't they find out if you was drinking yesterday? Why can't they do a test like that? Just stop everybody who's drank a beer yesterday from being part of an apprenticeship program. What would happen to the country? I'm just saying it just seems like just a little out of place almost. Yeah, there would be, yes, but if the city knows, there's no deniability on their part. Yeah, what you mean by that? If the city knows, there's no deniability. Oh, right. If they know, yeah, but look, man. I mean, literally. I mean, to me, it just doesn't sound right. I don't get it. But in any case, that's what folks got to live with. That's the U.S. That's the U.S. I mean, don't you think it's a little extreme for somebody that smoked a joint 30 days ago to be excluded from a apprenticeship? Don't you think that's a little extreme? But the person who drank a beer, or a person who got flat ass drunk and fell out on the street 30 days ago, won't be excluded. Don't you think that's a little extreme? It seems like the science ain't matching, you know? Uh, that's all. And to me, it also seems targeted because a lot of these black kids, they prefer weed over liquor. Pretty much, you can see they smoking it a lot. They doing a lot more smoking than drinking. The drinking leaves their body, but you probably won't be driving that car. Too much liquor, you won't be driving the car the same way a person who smoked some weed is driving that car. You know, um, that's all I'm saying, and it just seems to be a little like they're unconcerned at a time, like it's a lack of comprehension at a time where there should be excelling in the comprehension. Um, you know, that's the one thing I wonder about is all. But yeah, it seems like young people are just they still in jeopardy. Young people, turning them into adults quickly. Seeing them as like, these young kids are like 17, 16, 17, and they're already being seen as like, the problem, so I just wonder myself, but let's go on. How's everybody been? It's the weekend now. I hope everybody's week went straight. Yeah, my week was just busy back at work, kind of uh almost back at full swing, pretty much full swing, and a little bit more than full time, unfortunately, because that's just how it always works out. 32 hours should be cutting it for me, but at the end of the day, it's always like 50 hours or something or more. So yeah, to make to get through the journey, even though it's a lot of hours in one day, like 10 hours each day instead. So it's not, I do still get a lot of free time, but yeah, I spent the last few days resting up, to be honest with you. But let's go over to another topic here. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody that wanna to have something to say about this? I know we talked about this before, a little bit of this thing about the weed testing, and I'm gonna tell you, I can't get I'm not saying they shouldn't test for it, but I just can't wrap my head around why it can't be a little more useful, the testing, or balanced, maybe the testing balanced. Like, I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And I've looked into testing a lot in terms of driving, right? How they test, when what the police are testing for when they pull you over and and they say you've been drinking or driving or these kind of things. And I found out through looking at some of it that there's also some strange things in it. Like the data may not add up like people think. The data might suggest more ticketing than what it should be doing, like that is saving lives, right? So I'm just curious about that. There's loads of places where it's just there's just not a whole lot of police out there pulling people over to find out if they legally pass the drinking requirement, have less alcohol in their system, this kind of shit. I mean, it's some of it to me just seems hella like a whole lot of targeting. And keep in mind, look, I had a father that didn't mind drinking a bottle of wine, after dinner or, with friends or something like that, a few, and it's almost like, yeah. Who's testing? This is what I'm saying. Who gets tested? Who decides someone needs to be tested? in a place like DC, not to keep homing on this, but in a place like DC, if they smell you, by the way, if they smell weed, you driving, they smell weed, they can't even use the fact that they smell weed to lead up to anything else. It's not grounds for any other crime. It's not connected to any other suspicion. That's how legal weed is in DC. But at the same time, if you smoked a J 30 days ago, it could exclude you from. I don't get it, man. I don't get it. Yeah. There's so much we have to tell our children for their survival. Yes, they are still tired. I mean, Andrea, I'm not trying to sound like I'm just trying to give a pass, but I'm just saying people aren't getting fucking tested over it. I mean, my question is clear. On Earth in the Western countries, where else is it done this way? Where else is it being done? And I'm going to guarantee you, it's not going to be done. And you know why it's not going to be done? Because even here in a lot of places, they consider it a violation of your privacy to know what you did 30 days ago. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, that's a little extreme. Who ain't acting up sometime? And keep in mind, in DC, weed is legal. And they literally said if you smoked 30 days ago, you could be disqualified from a man. Yo. But keep in mind, the city council has gone along with it. DC City Council went along with it, but they had to go along with it. You know why? Because they have to partner up with these goddamn corporations and agree on something to be able to get the shit done, to provide something that really, if you ask me, I don't even see why Home Depot should be involved in any of that shit. They're a corporation. I'm like, why don't they just invest in a goddamn trade school in DC? Let the school system do the trade program. And then they have, I guess it's the apprenticeship part. Yeah, the apprenticeship. They come out of the program, then they can get an apprenticeship somehow. And I don't know. I got to look into it some more. I know I'm mixing it up. Because I haven't looked at the details. I was just thinking about this carjacking, but they must be taking blood in it. No, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Yo, look, man. Listen, divinely inspired. Right now in the United States of America, people are flying planes. 300 security officers are going to work securing properties that are terrorist targets, and nobody knows what the fuck they did 30 days ago. There's somebody jumping on a plane to fly a plane. Nobody knows what they did 30 years ago, 12 days ago. It's just not really like that, man. To be honest with you, there's some sort of weird thing going on where some things are just people. I just think there's a tendency to want to ghettoify and urbanize the problem in the U.S. to where it's just like some people is just getting overly tested and other people is just not, don't even have to worry about it. I mean, you could be the president. When's the president getting tested? I mean, literally, when's the president being tested for something? And I'm not, I know that sounds so extreme, but somebody might say the president ain't driving your bus, but he is in a way driving the bus, the big bus. But there's so many other examples. Again, you don't know if 2 days ago the bus driver was flat out on his ass, blacked out in his home for 24 hours because of alcohol. Like people don't know it. Urine 30 days. Yeah. I thought that it stays in your system. No, man. No. Weed is staying in your system. As far as these tests, it's for 30 days, man. It doesn't leave your system, so quickly like alcohol does or cocaine does. Cocaine is like 24 hours, man. That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying right there, And I just, yeah, man, I don't understand it. I mean, just when you couple it with the fact that a lot of people have medicinal marijuana for different health reasons, and then the fact that it's just legal for recreational use in DC anyway, I just don't understand where the issue is. But let me see something here. Perfect. What time? Okay, gotta send this message back to my daughter's friend's father here real quick about the date tomorrow. They're gonna get together, have a play date. Let's see here. 1 p.m. Okay. Yeah. But all right, I'm gonna flip it up here. See what else we can get into. I've been watching a few different, yeah, times have changed. Yeah, man. I mean, I don't have the advice about what to do because life ain't where I'm at. Life is not so like it's not so much stress like in that way. Um, if you want to go to school, you just sign up and you get paid to go to school, to the trade school here in Denmark, in Copenhagen. That's how it is. Trade school, nobody's being fucking tested for anything. No one's even thinking about it. You don't even think about it. And if you hurt somebody while you're on the job, well, guess what? Yeah, someone gets in trouble, but I don't think the first thing they're thinking about is like, did somebody smoke some weed a few days ago? I mean, I just don't, I don't see it, I don't even know if that's even like valid, and I'm just talking about how they're testing for it. Like, just seems a little out there, but yeah, but any case, what y'all want to talk about, man? I thought we would talk about some international news, but that seems so damn serious right now. I mean, but by the way, it does seem like things are going in a direction that when folks are planning on having a larger war, it seems almost like that's the kind of movement we're seeing on the international front. Yeah, but we can do the conscious community shenanigans if you want. We could do that first. I mean, I don't know. It's up to y'all. Let me know what you think. If you think we should get into some shenanigans or the international news. Let me see here what we got up. This is just too much. I don't get it. But let me see here. P. Diddy ain't gonna survive. Jamie Foxx ain't gonna survive it. Who else? I mean, there's so many people being brought up in the shenanigans in the entertainment world. It's not looking good for these folks. I mean, right now people are complaining, crying about, getting caught up in this kind of shit. There seems to be a conversation. Yeah, let's do the shenanigans. TDJ. Yeah, exactly. Let's do the shenanigans. I mean, because this is the big story, that goes to show you, the shenanigans is huge. Entertainment news is almost bigger than the international news. People would rather know what's going on with like TD Jakes, like we said, than if a nuclear war is about to jump off. And I think it's just because this war shit is always on the horizon, and it's almost not surprising people, and maybe a little too serious. But yeah, let's check out Mr. Snakes, see how he's doing. I'm sure I would advise him to, now that he's been exposed, smoke all the weed you want, brother. Do everything you've been missing out on. It's okay. You've been found out. This shit is crazy. It doesn't matter what you're doing anymore. We know, TD Jakes. We don't need a test. They snitched on your ass. So you don't. You've been found out, brother. You won't be up there on the pulpit doing what you're doing. This is crazy. I mean, all you got to do is type the man's name in now. And the worst is about to pop up out of nowhere. Deviancy of all types. Revealed. Even some of the titles are crazy. Revealed. The worst thing he ever did was wear that red jacket and that red tie. Bad news for TD Jakes. Well, hold on. No. I'm sorry. It's like I want to try to support our sisters and brothers here in the content realm first, because we about to be eliminated by AI and shit. That AI always, and this is what I'm saying. Like, to me, I don't know if I'm a conspiracy theorist or what, but to me, the AI shit, everything seems to attack black folks first, black Americans first. Like, AI, we should be worried. We should be worried about AI. Us, because we're a minority. It can affect us, rapidly. It can hit numbers on us rapidly. All the kinks can be worked out just testing our group on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, let alone the rest of this stuff. Andrea, how you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you? I'm here.
I'm fine. Yeah. I'm doing excellent. Thank God. Happy New Year.
Same to you. Same to you.
How's it? So what's up? What's up with your partner there, TD Jakes?
I just think it's interesting. I was looking at just the clip of him with his red suit on, and how many people are support him, and it's just amazing to me. My husband's been in a conversation with some of my relatives and stuff about that. Mm-hmm. Oh man, they try to come at him. You're just judging. I'm like, no, your Bible tells you to do that. I don't know what y'all are tripping for, right? It's crazy. They'll tear that. So you might as well just tear that page out. Then, if you don't want to do what the Bible tells you to do, tear that page out. So it's crazy.
Yeah, you gotta make it work for you. You got to make it fit your situation, and some of that stuff you just have to you have to know, no, this somehow a mistake happened here, and move on. Right?
Yeah, and the thing is, though, go ahead.
No. Oh, you were saying y'all were discussing it, but someone someone thinks that people are just picking on him.
Yeah. Well, when we talk about it, they make it sound like we're just judging or doing those types of. Yeah, doing those types of things. I'm like, no, we're just quoting scripture where your Bible tells you to do that. I mean, so if you don't want to do that, tear that page out. I mean, it's that simple.
Or make a new one. I mean,
exactly.
Yeah. They still got the old one that's saying, don't do this, this, and this. And the preacher's up there saying, yes, you can do this, this, and this. It's okay. God will forgive you. And the book they hold it up says, no. No, the punishment for this is this, and this. And they're like, oh, well, we can just ignore that part. It's like, what?
We can just say nobody's perfect. And then the scripture they love to quote the most is all is sin and falls short of the glory of God, but they don't read the whole text because that's not what it's talking about. But, it's easy to go cherry pick a scripture, quote unquote, and say that that's what it says, right? But at the end of the day, if you're not reading in its full context, you're gonna cherry pick and pull them out just like that. Even Jesus didn't say don't judge. He just said if you're gonna judge, you judge righteous judgment. You can't, if you're doing the same thing you're accusing, you're pointing the finger at somebody else doing, that's not righteous judgment, right? You don't do that. But
it's kind of like it's a few different elements to this too, because on one hand, it's the type of behavior that he's being a hypocrite about, being an open hypocrite about. But then just the mere fact that he would deceive people in that, and what he's doing on a norm, what is basically a part of who he is, he's deceiving folks because he don't want it to come out.
Right.
Isn't that also troubling?
Yeah.
Like, because that could be anything. Like, let's just take the what do they call him? They called him they called him a big, what did they call him? A big bottom or some shit?
Power bottom.
Power bottom, right?
bottom.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Just take the power bottom part off of it, and let's just say he had another secret, right? And he's going up there on the pulpit preaching every day, pretending like he's not violating this other thing. I mean, what if he's just cheating on his wife every day and going up there preaching? I mean, would that matter? Or is that just also something we just forgive? But he's continuing to do it. He's not going to stop it. And he should be allowed to be the example for that religion.
Yeah, but I don't think they care. I mean, because, Eddie Long was, he was out there doing that, being with boys and stuff. And nobody, hey, that's my pastor, and that's what you get, right?
That's what they say. They say, they say, hey, this guy was Eddie Long's bishop or something, or pastor, right? Himself.
Yeah.
And
I'm not sure where he fell in at, but
he fell into that. I think this is, you know what? And okay, go ahead, keep talking. I heard.
No, I'm just saying. It's just, it's time out for the excuses. I mean, if this is what your Bible says, and when it comes time to you applying what your Bible says, all of a sudden people want to backpedal and say, hey, we're staying with you. Nobody's perfect. I mean, those of us who don't hold to any of that, we can say that, but y'all can't.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, and we're saying it on I mean, for how I deal with this is like it's simple. There's things in the Bible I agree with and things I don't. Therefore, I don't go around holding the Bible up, preaching it to people, smacking them over the head, saying this book is going to save you. But at the same time, I don't try to disparage people that practice Christianity or are Christians, or I don't try to do that. But the funny thing about it is that, you don't have to say you're a Christian. You don't have to believe in that book. You don't have to follow that book. No one's forcing you to follow it these days. And it's just so strange how many people, instead of utilizing the freedom to not have to follow it, because keep in mind, in America, it was law. At one time, you had to follow this, or you could be exterminated. You see what I mean? And so today is a different time. Like, you don't have to follow it. And yet people are like, almost people that where the freedom was designed for, the freedom was created and designed for people that didn't have that freedom before to embrace. It's like people are turning away from embracing the freedom and just saying, no, we going to have to believe in this book no matter what. It's like, what? You could create a new religion. You could say the new Christians of, the millennial, and introduce a whole new book and just say, hey, it's based on the Bible, but it's different from the Bible. It differs in this faith, this, or they can make one for themselves.
Yeah, and the thing is too, those who are in it are so quick to putting everybody else in hell for bad behavior, but when it comes to one of theirs, we no. The Bible says, touch not God's anointed and do his prophets alone. I mean, they can pull out a scripture out of their behind quick as lightning on how you should deal with one of them on the inside. But when it comes to those of us who don't, we're just a bunch of pagans, heathens, everything else, but a child of whoever. And I think that's where the hypocrisy is. If it was me doing it, I'm going to hell. If it's them, they're not. And I think that's where the problem comes in at. If you're gonna hold to what you believe to be what that Bible says, and I guarantee you, most people have not even read the New Testament, let alone the Old Testament, to even know what it says and anything like that. So they wouldn't even. They just, like I said, they cherry pick. You just go out there and cherry pick whatever scripture that sounds good for the moment. And and everybody else, everybody else goes to hell, and the rest of them, we can ask for forgiveness because it's all we need to do, and we're right back in God's good grace, and we're going to heaven, and okay, all right. All right.
And you know where else you can go? You guess where you can go if you smoked a joint 30 days ago? You can still go to church.
Yeah, exactly.
Take your ass to church drunk. Oh, ain't nobody gonna do nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. It's just a funny thing. There's nothing wrong with going. You can go. You
Yeah.
accept it. You know.
That's funny. But yeah, but
I
it's, I mean, it's like all that. You can do anything, and they don't care what you do. You can do anything, and as long as you ask for forgiveness, it's all said and done. No matter what it is, you can do anything. You can murder somebody. You come to, you accept what Jesus Christ. All that's done. You can do. It doesn't matter what you do. You can do anything, and as long as you ask for forgiveness, it's all, it's all under the water, and it's all under the blood. It's all in the name of Jesus, blood of Jesus. All that. It don't matter, So it's like, why even bother? But people can believe what they want to believe. I'm not trying to knock anybody's whatever. That's how you believe, whatever. But you gotta do it right.
I just wonder. So.
Yeah. As they say, you can't have your
it's-
cake
it's,
and then
uh,
eat it too when you know it's not right.
Oh, well, he having his cake. I didn't even know half of this stuff about TD Jakes. I mean, because my parents didn't force me. I wasn't forced into any type of belief, you could say, outside of my family background. People. Obviously, my grandparents went to church. You know what I'm saying? Here and there, but they were realists too. I mean, they had to survive too. So everybody, is not really functioning on what's in the book per se, as much as sometimes they just go to church just because that's where everybody in their community is going on Sunday. They can say hallelujah, and the pastor can talk about whoever might need some help with their rent that month, or whatever is going on. But this is extreme, like trying to force poor behavior like this. This is like a step away. I mean, they talking about molesting and pedophilia, and talking about some sort of hierarchy and normalization of it. I mean, to me, this is I don't know. I mean, I'm not a fair judge. I try not to just think about the deviant part of it. The sexual part of it, the sexual deviancy, what I would call sexual deviancy, to be honest, to me, because that's what I think about this stuff. I think like, damn, this is just abomination, damn near. This is how I feel about it personally when I try to imagine, but it's not only the sexually deviant thing, that's there. I mean, this is molestation. I mean, the fact that they would cross the boundaries with young people, going after young people, that in itself is like extremely deviant,
And
go
the way
ahead.
they take people's money too. I mean, you go in there and you have the audacity to ask people for, 10% of their income, and then all these freaking offerings and stuff like that, just so you can have, do all the pleasures you want. But then you get behind that pulpit and you criticize everybody else for the very same thing that you're doing with our money. I mean, it's like, it's ridiculous. I mean, and for people, like I said, I don't see how people, after he went on his rant about women and making money, and you're all masculine and all that. If I was a woman, I'd have walked my ass right out the damn church. You wouldn't have been talking to me like that. Sure wouldn't. But I mean, they just let him get away with saying all kinds of that ain't right. So yeah.
Yeah, they let him get away. I mean, yeah, he's had a long history. TD Jakes, he's been around how many years as a pastor?
He's been around for a minute.
Yeah, he's an old one, man. He's like because for him to be like Eddie Long's mentor or pastor, that's like he's spanning like what, 30 years?
At least. We'll give him at least. Probably more than that, at least.
Let me see something here. How long has T.D. Jakes been preaching? I don't even know the right word for this. Is it preaching? Is that what they call it? 40 years.
Or pastor,
Yeah.
Because he's 66.
Whoa.
So he's been there since 26, since he was 26.
1982, at the age of 25. Yes. That is incredible. I had no clue of that. Let me see something here before I play this video, just to put it in here what Wiki says about this guy. It says non-denominational Christian. Oh, really? That's the thing. Okay. And it's the Potter's House. This name I don't even like. This right here, I'm sorry, I don't know what what's behind it, but something about this name.
The Potter's House.
Yeah, that sounds a little
Yeah,
Masonic.
he took that. Yeah, he took that out of the Old Testament. So
Is that what that is? Okay, is that what that is? Oh, okay,
yeah,
okay.
the Potter's will and how the Potter,
Right.
has the right to make us how he wants, and all that kind of stuff. So he can.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's funny. I would have associated that. Well, it's the same thing in Masonry, but for some reason, it just don't sound so damn Christian anymore. But okay, they call it the Potter's House. They in there making pots. And then it says here his beliefs, although Jake was converted and ordained with oneness Pentecostalism. Oh my God, what is
Oneness
non?
is you believe in just Jesus.
Oh,
Jesus,
right.
everything.
It's non-Trinity
Mm-hmm.
religious movement. Okay. This is a
Been there, did that one.
oh really? You been there?
Yeah, I wasn't raised in the church either. All this stuff happened to me after I got into my 20s and stuff. But Pentecostalism was the first thing I got into. Then the holiness, and then I went to charismatic, and then I went to what's the other one? The messianic crap, and then the Hebrew crap was the last. I mean, on my way out of trying to get out of it, something else. I'm like, I'm gonna give that a try. And then shoot, all those were just the same. It's just the same thing with just a different cover, a different name.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I always I don't know, these kind of big crowds and things like that, for some reason, when it comes to this kind of thing, like spirituality, I'm not into these big crowds. I see it more as personal. Like you go home and you meditate and you have your day to yourself or your special day of, whatever you want to focus on or meditate on. I'm not with this kind of like getting together, holding hands,
Yeah,
meditating.
yeah. Well, we didn't have to hold hands much, but I mean, they every now and then turn to your neighbor and say such and such and such. I mean, all that kind
Yes.
of, yeah, but I'm like, but but I noticed that every time I got to the part where when I had enough of it, and I started, you start questioning and stuff, man, they'll kick you out in a minute. Sure will. Get your ass out of here. You
Yeah, they
asking too many questions, and we can't afford to have anybody else listen to what you're saying. Get out. And that was my mantra call for all of them. Get out, get out, get out, get out. We don't want you here.
You know what? You know what? Because you have it set up, Andrea. It's set up in a weird way. Like, for example, can you hear me? Yeah, okay. It's set up in this way where it's like, since everybody can be a Christian and everybody can get access to a Bible and everybody can research and everybody can interpret, right? There's this flaw in it to where it's like, and then on top of it, Jesus is coming back one day. So you have all those dynamics meant there. And so what if Jesus walked into that church? Just they would not accept him, because there have to be some hierarchy. I mean, Jesus will obviously have to be instantly the head priest, right? The head person in charge when he walks through those doors. And the pastor and the rest of the people, how they're taught and trained and the job that they got to do, they wouldn't be able to do it anymore.
Nope. And they probably, he probably just going there fussing at them about all the money changers table. I mean, it's just constantly selling of wares, all their tapes and CDs and books and T-shirts and bookmarks and you name it, they sell it. That's where Jesus probably wouldn't make it through into the past the vestibule for all the shit they have out there.
No, because let's say Jesus doesn't tell you he's Jesus when he walks through the door, right? But he still knows everything. He still knows it all, right? And then he says, he wants to preach, and then he talks to, some of the lower people in there, and they're like, hey, man, this person knows the Bible well, like something special about them. And then the person is like, yeah, but this is my flock. I want to teach. I know, obviously I know this Bible. I've been talking to you all for a couple of days, and I've already pointed out I know this Bible better than you. Would they let them preach?
Probably not.
I mean, to me, it's kind of like, yeah, I don't think it's possible, because it would be almost like problem solved. Also, like, would you be able to get away with anything else? Would, if Jesus came back, would TD Jakes be able to get all that money?
Probably not. I mean, unless he went against, what Jesus was teaching. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Jesus wouldn't agree with it.
Mm-mm.
Because doesn't Jesus challenge that whole notion in the Bible?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just like, I just find it all a bit, strange. In terms of believing that that some good can come out of it, because I just think these guys, they will stop the good from coming out of it, because they're using it for something bad instead of for something good. And I hate to make it sound so plain like that, and to paint a broad brush, but there are some people that might be doing good with it. But to me, it just sounds like it have some built-in burnt out bridges,
Yeah. They paint a broad brush for everybody outside the Christian community, right? Or even some within, because if you're not of their ilk, right, something's wrong with you. If you don't believe exactly how they believe in some of those circles, then you're not, something's wrong with you too. So it's not even those just outside, but those outside of it just completely, they paint with a broad brush. Everybody's going to hell.
Yeah, they do. They paint with a broad brush. Now, is my internet sounding good? Is my internet okay?
Now it is. It was kind of going just a little bit, but it sounds good now.
You know what? I gotta figure out what that is. I think it's okay. That's on. And let me see something. Let me just take it off of the main one. Okay, how about now?
You sound great. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I'm gonna try it out now. I just put it back on the Wi-Fi. I don't know, maybe it's the weather or something today.
Yeah.
But let's see what they have to say about this. They're talking about there's a connection between TD Jakes and Eddie Long, and and the molestation. Apparently that they both been involved with young boys. Yeah, this is terrible. Oh, and by the way, my parents, when they told me I didn't have to go to church, they told me and my sister we didn't have to go after a few times, because we were acting out. It wasn't normal for us, so we just took it as like something weird, right? But it turns out that one of the pastors, or one of the priests at the church that my parents went to, was also trying to get at young boys.
Yeah. Hey, I gotta get my doorbell, but I'll be right back.
Okay. Do that.
Okay.
Do that. No worries. How is the internet, Pumpkin? Is it better now? Is it okay now, or is it did it smooth out a little bit? Let me know if the internet smoothed out. Yeah, because I'm getting a few things changed on my other laptop, so I'm on the secondary one. I don't normally use this one, but I think it worked out well yesterday. But if the internet is still going out now, let me know, and then I will switch back to the main line. But in any case, let's see what they got to say about Jakes. Come on, Jakes. Get it going. Uh-oh.
And get into this whole list. I just want to thank you all for being here. It is Christmas Eve, so I hope you all are doing amazing. And I wish you the best on this day before what we know, most of us know, Christmas is all about. So we don't really get wrapped up in all of the commercial. But at any rate, let's just go ahead and get into this. I wanted to just talk about this briefly, but I'm going to come back and touch on this subject because it's been on my mind a lot when it comes to the good bishop TD Jakes.
If you want to make money online as an affiliate
Oh, here we
marketer, you
go.
may
Man,
find it's a
what's
little
up with
bit
this?
controversial.
These commercials coming more on YouTube. I'm gonna have to do something about
Paychecks
that.
week after week.
Here we go.
Swallowed up. Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Have been swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Have been swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed up?
All right. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. That gets me every time. But I just want to go ahead and touch on this because with him going viral, all of the news about him and Diddy and the Diddy parties and him and been in attendance, I want to talk about that a little bit more, but I don't want to spend too much time on this subject right
you
now.
missed that?
I'm just going to talk about
You missed that
him.
divinely inspired? Yes. Yeah. You want me to interpret it? Nah,
Right.
this is
I'm
terrible.
sorry.
I can't even fake this.
But at any rate, let's just go ahead and get into this. I wanted to just
Hold on. And as a matter of fact, just to exaggerate this shit a little bit more, this is the most oddest thing.
talk about this briefly, but I'm going to come back and touch on this subject because it's been on my mind
Oh, hell
a
yes.
lot
Yes, he did.
when it comes
Divinely
to
inspired. He
the
damn
good
well did.
Bishop TD Jakes.
Swallowed up. Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Have been swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed?
What the hell does he mean? Have you ever been through a time of swallowing? What? What is he talking about? A time. He's being all look, he's being all ambiguous and shit. He's talking about what happened to his ass last night up hanging out in some weird place. He's bringing that shit to the pulpit. Have you ever been swallowed? Like this got something to do with Jesus, man. What the hell?
TD Jakes.
This is just embarrassing, man.
Swallowed up. Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Have been swallowed up? Have you ever been swallowed up? Have you gone through a time of swallowing? Have been.
This is some Dr. York shit, dog. Like this is what Hassan Campbell and some others been talking about. Tar, I don't know where Tar is, but that's what Dr. York was claiming to. That's what that golden child shit is, dog. They were saying this has something to do with the belief that if they're doing this, they're getting closer to the deity, or somehow they're passing information, becoming some weird shit with this, man. It's all of them have this in common for some reason. I don't know if it's a direct connection. I don't know if there's something else belief they have about this shit, but this man is talking about it. Like, have you ever been swallowed? Like, that's so goddamn important to his sermon, like, or to his ritual. To his ritual. That's what I'm saying. Like, is this that man's ritual? What about Puff Daddy? What you think, Puff Daddy? You think he believes the same thing? I mean, I don't know. I'm starting to think, why not? Why wouldn't he? At one time, I thought, this is so bizarre. I wouldn't even be able to imagine people even thinking about this shit on this level. But these folks are, for some strange reason, they surpass normal people's thinking. Dr. York was supposedly doing this, swallowing stuff in a ritual, some sort of religious ritual that he believed in. And then you got this dude out here on stage talking about
swallowed up. Have you ever been swallowed up?
All right. I'm sorry, I can't help myself. That gets me every time.
Yes.
But I just want to go ahead and touch on this because with him going viral, all of the news about him and Diddy and the Diddy parties and him and been in those people.
Do that, coach.
Not drink the Kool-Aid to talk about him addressing news, rumors, gossip, whatever that has been swirling around.
Some of you logged in or come in out of concern. some of you come in to hear what I'm going to say. All of you who expect me to address a lie, you can log off.
Conveniently, log off, y'all. Just log off.
I will not use this sacred day in this sacred pulpit to address a lie when I have a chance to preach a truth.
Mm-hmm.
I will stand straight up, head up, back straight, and preach the unadulterated, infallible word of God. Because that is what the pulpit is for. But there will be a time.
This dude is. I'm gonna stand my back straight and teach the infallible word of God. Oh, God, these are scary. This would be a nightmare. Imagine this dude kicking in your door at night talking about, come here, let me touch you.
You can stop dragging people and arguing with people and fighting and just log off. All you do is just hit the button. Right there. Log off.
I'm sure this dude been people's nightmare. Plenty of young people's nightmare. You know, I'm sure of it, man. This is like just
there is no show here.
Frankenstein.
In the Gospel of St. Matthew.
Ciao. Okay.
Mm-hmm. St. Matthew.
I'm not going to dig too deep into the statement that he made, but him playing on the in the gospel.
Is St. Matthew where they find the swallowing at? Is that the part where he's preaching, where it's talking about in St. Matthew in the swallowed? Is that where the story of getting swallowed comes from? I mean, what does that have to do with anything?
St. Matthew, you know, the theatrics. It's just something for me about not just him, but any so-called or actual pastor where they have to put on these theatrics and they have to speak a certain type of way. It's like it's a show. We all have the right to believe what we want to believe, right? I don't know if the rumors are true about him being a so-called power bottom. And y'all can go and look that up if you want. So I'm not going to go and get into the definition of that. But what I will say is that just him being at a Diddy party is not a good look. Now, it's one thing if Diddy was all up in his congregation and continuously coming to the church. I wouldn't even care if he was always giving Diddy a front seat whenever he came to his whatever, his stadium, whatever he holds his services in, right? If he always wanted to give him and his family VIP seating or whatever, that would be him coming to the so-called house of God versus the man of God, quote unquote, going into the den of iniquity. And I'm sorry, I wouldn't really want to be associated or be going to a church. But listen, to each their own. But I'm just saying, I personally wouldn't want to be going to the so-called alleged man of God that I just saw at the Diddy party. They're smoking weed and blunts, and I'm not saying that the bishop was smoking and stuff, but hey pastor, need you to pray for me. Hold on a second, I got this blunt smoke in my face. Or everybody around he's drinking Ciroc and liquor. I'm just saying, I'm not saying that every man of God is perfection. They're people. We're all human. I get that. But I saw someone that had a video from the Diddy party where they were playing all of these clips from the Diddy party, and Diddy was with Carisha, and he was just going off saying all this filthy, foul language that I wouldn't want the man that is supposed to be the man of God that I'm going to their church to be saying. But Diddy felt very comfortable speaking this type of way. I guess they were getting ready to go in the room to get their freak on. And this is the party that the bishop was at. And this is just one that we know of, right? This is just one that we know of. And why wasn't his wife there with him? Why was it just him? So him saying that he's not going to address a lie from this good pulpit, you're already addressing it. You may not be going into details, but the fact that he even touched on the topic, you're addressing it.
Hi, welcome to.
Yep, I agree with that totally. That's weird. Let's see.
But years ago, Bishop Eddie Long, he was accused of doing some things. It may not have been the same things that Bishop Eddie Long was accused of. But he was accused of some things, and then he stood in his pulpit and he addressed these things. This was, I don't know, maybe about 13 or 14
Oh,
years
he's
ago.
gonna sound just like TD
And this
Jakes.
is what he had to say.
Have you ever been swallowed?
I've been accused. I'm under attack. I want you to know, as I said earlier, I am not a perfect man. But this thing, I'm going to fight. And I want you to know one other thing. I feel like David against Goliath, but I got 5 rocks, and I haven't thrown one yet.
So you heard Bishop Eddie Long, right? I want you to listen to Bishop T.D. Jakes again and listen for something. Let's just go ahead and get into it.
Some of you logged in or come in out of concern. Some of you come in to hear what I'm going to say. All of you who expect me to address a lie, you can log off.
Hallelujah.
I will not use this sacred day and this sacred pulpit to address a lie when I have a chance to preach a truth. I will stand straight up, head up, back straight, and preach the unadulterated, infallible word of God. Because that is what the pulpit is for. But there will be a time. So you can stop dragging people and arguing with people and fighting and just log off. All you do is just hit the button. Right there. Log off.
Yeah.
There is no show here.
TD fucking Jakes. Excuse me.
In the Gospel of St. Matthew.
What?
So I don't know if you all heard the similarities in that, but the main similarities does end, yes, Pastor, from the crowd. And that's the sad thing, because so many people, they get wound up and wrapped up in these people that they almost deify them as if they are God. And low key worship them. And they may not believe that they're really idolizing these people, but people have to really be careful when it comes to getting wrapped up in these leaders of these churches, because like someone said, this man is living in a $10 million home, and a lot of the people that go to his church are struggling. I don't listen to him, but I'm not going to sit here and act like I haven't heard some of the things that he said over the years that were motivating or inspiring or whatnot. But for me, seeing him as this man of God, if you will, I don't really see him. I don't see him, honestly, more than a motivational speaker, to be honest with you. That's my personal opinion, being beautifully honest about it, because I just seen too much that I haven't really addressed. And that's why I'm not going to.
Andrea, what do you think about him, that statement? Like he said, the infallible word of God. Like he's going to preach that infallible. He's going to preach the infallible word of God. What do you think about that? What does that say about him?
That's the typical response to when they find themselves in some hot water, right? They got to say what they got to say to make sure to hear if the people are with him. That's why he says that. You know, all that he needed to hear, all that. Yeah, Pastor, yeah. He needed to do that to see, to measure the temperature in the room, and that's typical. That's typical. You know, I've been caught doing something wrong behavior, but I got to make sure my people are still with me. That's all that is.
Because the word of God, the infallible word of God, can heal all things and make all things right. Basically.
Yep.
Right. So even him, he can get out there, and that's what's going to fix everything. So even though you heard these rumors, don't worry, the infallible word of God is going to fix it. It's like, oh man. Anyway, let me.
But it's crazy. But that's what they do. You know, they know exactly how to pull on the people to get the results that they want. Because notice what he said first before he even got to that part. If you're out here to do such and such, get off, get yourself off, right? That's the first thing he did to see what the reaction to the people is going to be, right? If you're out here to criticize, he said, get off.
Yeah.
And then he talked about the infallible word of God. He did the first part first to get the people to draw the people in, because he needed to hear all that. And then he said, I'm up here to preach the infallible word of God. Okay, well, it was infallible before they said you was doing what you was doing. Okay, but it didn't stop you from doing it. Allegedly, I have to make sure I say allegedly because I ain't trying to go to jail. You know.
Right. Yeah, it's going to be infallible whether you preach it or not, or whether you molest or not. But it doesn't fix molestation.
No. Apparently, it
For some,
doesn't.
it doesn't stop these preachers from
Mm-mm.
molesting. It won't
Mm-mm.
do that. It won't bring his ass to justice.
Yeah, doesn't
And
stop you from begging for my money. Mm-mm.
no, yeah, he's still gonna be broke on Monday. He gonna be like Sunday just happened, and he's like Monday he needs some more money. Because the
Yeah,
infallible word of God ain't. We're
ain't
gonna have to
free.
use it again. Yeah, we're gonna use this bad boy again for the next paycheck too, and the next bill. It won't fix it all at once. It won't just eliminate money. There's a
Yeah,
problem from the.
yeah.
I don't know these guys. I'm just so this story right here. But let me ask you something now. What do you think the use of this red? You see, he wears a lot of red. What do you think about that? You think there's something cultish behind that?
I don't
Uh,
know. I don't keep up with him like that. I just think he looks stupid sometimes in some of the colors he wears. But that's just. I mean, I know people have a right to wear certain colors, but that one made him. He try to look like Santa Claus and every damn body else out there. But whatever suits his fancy. I have
uh,
no idea what it means. I have no idea.
I just think it's a weird. It's such a weird color, and I'm not saying just on him, but I'm not sure. Like I'm
Well,
starting to
maybe
think there's
maybe
cultish
that's
thing.
I'm covered in the blood of Jesus. Maybe that's what that means. I don't know. I have no idea.
Generally, people would associate the color red, with the devil or blood, right?
That too.
With blood or yeah, and I'm just trying to figure out like are they is this something that they utilize it? Or I'll give you an example. Eddie Murphy had a let me see here. What was that? I don't know how familiar you are with Eddie Murphy, but Eddie Murphy, his first big
When he had
stand up
them,
was
when he had those red leather pants and stuff on. That one.
yeah. What was that called? You remember
I
what
don't
that was
know. I
called?
don't know, but I know of it. You got it
Delirious.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah, Delirious. And he have on red, and people talked at that time about the significance of him wearing this red thing because it's very bright. It looks weird. Obviously, it's not the prettiest thing on earth, but they say something about the color red uh is should I actually look this up? I mean, this is a
Yeah.
bright ass red suit, but let me see something while we show this. Let me look it up over here on the right in Google here. The color red. Um, right. Okay, the color red mean. Damn, this is some. I don't even. When I typed that up, something called the biblical meaning came up too, and I'm just look at this. Hold on, this is crazy. Just the fact that it would say this. This is what I'm getting at, and I'm sure it's not. It's not only Christianity, but in psychology, they have some kind of explanation about how different colors make people feel. But look at what it said about this. Just when I look, I mean, I didn't plan to look this up, but it says the Hebrew language does not have a similar biblical term. However, the color red or scarlet in the Old Testament frequently symbolizes blood, whether the blood of sacrifice, Leviticus, see the Hebrews, or the blood of violence. Right. Nahum.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's my
Yeah.
son's.
Yeah. We can't see it. I don't know if you don't know that.
Oh, you can't see it? It didn't pop up?
The Eddie
Oh,
Murphy popped back up.
oh, sorry about that. Let me see here. What does it say here? Sorry, I missed that. I thought I put that up on the screen. Yeah, what did divinely spy here? Oh yeah.
That made me laugh too.
Swallowing suit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is it? Like what is this? Yes, but see, so it has some kind of look at this. The use of the red in scripture can symbolically represent sin and sinfulness. Also, godly vengeance against sinners, which that's hella confusing because which side you on? You wearing the sinners and the and the godly people all wearing red. It's the same. I don't know. Yo. Okay,
Yeah,
so
crazy.
the color red, in psychology. Red attracts the most attention and is associated with strong emotions such as love, passion, and anger. It is the universal color to signify strength, power, courage, and danger.
Mhm.
Yes, red is vibrant, stimulating, and exciting with a strong link to sexuality and increased appetite, y'all. What do
Mhm.
you think about that? You think that's a coincidence?
Nope.
I mean, because I'm like that red suit ain't the prettiest suit on him, but for some reason he have it on. And
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Up on the pulpit. He didn't
As
read
Donnie
this one.
Lee says, it's fitted.
He
Them
missed
tight
this one.
fitted clothing.
He ain't read nothing about this. You know, none of them. They just was like, no, it had got nothing to do with has nothing to do with danger per se or sexuality. No, no, no. But Eddie Murphy, and when Eddie Murphy had it on, the psychological explanation behind it is that it's attracting women.
Mm-hmm.
That was the under the rationale. Like, okay, this is his first stand up. You know, you got to make him a sex symbol somehow to sell, right? I mean, they try to find ways to get you to sell to the public. What's gonna resonate with the most amount of people? And since Eddie Murphy's a black dude, they was like sex.
Mm-hmm.
So they throw him out there. You could tell it's not the prettiest red suit. I mean, that Eddie Murphy has on. I mean, because it might be a great red suit. It may be expensive. It may be
But
it
what year
may
was that? Because that's like back in the day, man. That was the suit back in the day. Yeah.
1983.
Yeah.
1983.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
We would have thought about that
It's
differently back then,
1983. He
right?
had this suit up on, and you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
well, when I saw it, when I saw this, I was 83. I was 13, 14 years old, right? So when I saw
Mm-hmm.
this, I just thought it looked a little strange. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
because I didn't. Outside of that, I just thought, nah, this is weird. But his comedy got me through it. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
this is 83. I was 13 years old, but the comedy got me through it. But now I could understand, as an adult, like I could understand, like, or to be in media, I could understand that. Okay, this is how they use the color red. They use
Mm-hmm.
it to present sexual power ultimately,
Mm-hmm.
no matter what it looks like. We don't know what kind of sexual power now, don't get me wrong. We don't know what type. There could be all types in there, but I mean, I would think that overall they're saying we can make a lot more money off of Eddie Murphy if we sell him as a sex symbol somewhat. With
Mm-hmm.
the comedic thing, it will resonate with most people. It's laughter and sex. Boom. That will cover up the fact that he's a dark-skinned male with a broad nose, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And in media, they talk like this. You know,
Yeah.
they have to sell products. They got to make the black guy be a little more acceptable. So Eddie Murphy, I could see this whole get up, but now TD Jakes, and when I see him, and it's not only him. Look at this, TD Jakes. It's not only him. Guess who else? I mean, it's just I'm curious about that. Like, I know the answer ain't going to come out, but I believe something is going to come out about this. Like, I think I don't
Is
see
that
it
him
as a
with the tank
coincidence,
top on?
although it's a conspiracy. I'm conspiring here. I'm suggesting conspiracy theory stuff, but this red suit,
Is that him with the tank top? That's what it looks like.
yes, yes. And do you know they got him sending some pictures? Look at this. Check this out. They said TD Jakes, Eddie Long, uh, is it pink or red shirt? Red shirt. Is it? I think it's a lighter version of red shirt, maybe. They say that Let me see here. There was one I saw where they had him and TD Jakes, Eddie Long and TD Jakes had an identical picture they were sending out to people. Now where is it at? Let me see here. It's I can't find it, but it was a picture. There was a picture. I mean, this guy wears a lot of red, TD Jakes. This is another picture he got on red, but there's a picture of Eddie Long and him where they said they were sending these photos out at 2 a.m. in the morning, right? They had, I mean, and obviously they didn't do it at the same time, but just the fact that both of them had this image and they were sending it out in the middle of the night to prospective partners, you know, it is really an odd picture to look at, and they both like sticking their chest out, like, you know, masculine type of style, fist clutched. It's a very weird picture to look at, but where the hell did I see it at? Damn, they just come right out and ask. Is Bishop TD Jakes flaming? Yeah,
So his
but
chest made it out past his belly, huh?
yeah, he had a picture like that. Yeah, hold on, Eddie Long. Let's see here. Let me see here.
I've never seen him where his stomach
Eddie Long
was smaller than his chest.
picture to victim. Let me see. If I type that up in here, I'm pretty sure that picture is going to come up. He sent this. Yeah, he got a few. This one. Now, TD Jakes got a picture similar to this, and it is a red shirt. It's red. They both have it, and now let me see. Eddie Long pictures. Okay, let's see something here. Let me just type TD Jakes pictures. Let me see here. They found a photo that he sent to one dude who said that he was trying to get down with him or something. And it's a late night photo, 2 a.m. in the morning. Like, damn, what you doing awake? And it's a similar. I gotta find it later. But the whole point was this: who else is wearing a whole lot of red? Is Sean Puffy Combs. He's wearing a whole lot of red, and in some peculiar moments, and it just make me wonder, like, is this something? I mean, it could just be something they joking around with. You know, sometimes people like to being cultish can be fun, I guess you could say, right? You know,
Yeah.
some ritual. You know what I'm saying? But
that doesn't mean people don't wear red, because it's still a nice color. Still a nice color, just, you know.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just like I'm curious about that. If anybody has any theories about that or any knowledge about that, but I just think it's so weird.
In that circle, who knows what it means in that circle? You know, who they hang out with, who knows? I mean, it might have a meaning to it, but I'm not even gonna try to figure it out. They can have all the meaning they want in it, and I'm still gonna wear me some red, so I don't care. Not all red, but I will wear a red shirt. So, you know, it's funny, you know, people start doing stuff like that, and then all of a sudden people stop, you know, like, no. But they just need to stop. These grown ass people just need to stop. They need to stop the nonsense. You know, it's just sad that they're having to even think about any of this. It just makes your head hurt, because it's so.
Let me ask you this:
stupid.
How long? I mean, it's alleged. You know, it is alleged so far. But if true, how long do you think? How many victims do you think he could possibly have?
You know, I don't know. I wasn't keeping up with them like that. They weren't my favorite of any kind. I just so I you know, I wasn't keeping up with them like that, so I don't know. But I hope if he did, I hope they come out and tell it, and not keep a lid on it. I hope all of them, whoever they were, I hope they all come out and tell it. So
okay, have you seen this? Have you seen this one? Well, apparently they've been telling it. Have you seen this Get Up also? Can you see that one?
Just with the lady with the purple on.
That's a
Is that
man.
him?
That's TD Jakes.
Wait a minute.
He got on a purple Barney costume. As in Barney the dinosaur. No, but
Yeah, I know they try to
yes, this
do
is him.
stuff trying to look like bishops and like them Catholic bishops and stuff. Does he have a collar on?
Yeah, it looks like he got a collar up there. Yeah, a little white collar.
Yeah, they try to act like them doggone Catholic priests and stuff. They try to do all that. They want to be everything for everybody and nothing for nobody at the same time. Yeah, so it looks like it's got a double hem up there, so it's kind of hard to see his. Just, I don't know if there's a mirror because it looks like it's a two-headed person. That's why I said it's a twins because it looks like a two-headed person.
It changes. That image has been fixed. Yeah, I think it's some effect they have on the screen. But here it is. What about it now?
There it is. Yeah. Now that looks like a woman's gown. I mean, yeah. But they, the black church has those kind of long, stupid things like that. Stupid.
This is like Tyler Perry. It's like he went up there and did Madiba for a day. Like, you know what? I'm throwing on the gown. I'm gonna put on the gown today for my sermon. I'm sorry. I think it's way too weird.
Yeah.
I think this is why I couldn't be allowed to go to church, because this is just like bizarre. This is not normal behavior. I don't know.
Nope.
I shouldn't be too hard, but to me, you don't need all of this to be like talking about, the Bible.
You don't. But they, they try to imitate some, like I said, I think Eddie Long was wearing the backward collar, and I think I know TD does. He wears a backward collar, trying to be like the Catholic Church, which is collar. Collar.
Yeah. That's what this is.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
It's true. I don't know what's going on here. All right,
it's so ridiculous.
Let me just do this. It is sad, but I think people, to be honest with you, I don't think people are taking it seriously, to be honest, because I think just the mere fact that he's been around for 30, 40 years preaching. 40 years preaching. Is that what it said? Did it say 40 years or 25 years
40.
preaching?
Said 40 since he was 25.
40, right?
Yeah.
To me, I just think that's got to, there's a potential for there to be a whole lot of victims. And I just think people have seen this over and over and over. Like, this is nothing new, to where I think the fact that people have seen this before, they should be like a little more on edge. Like, whoa, we need to find out how many victims there are. Like, I mean, to me, it doesn't seem like people are reacting that way. To me, it seems like people are just talking about like, a bishop shouldn't be doing that. A bishop shouldn't be talking about swallowing, and a bishop shouldn't be hanging out with TD Jakes. Yeah, but a bishop should not be molesting either. And some of these folks, they're getting on with this stuff regularly. Like, regularly. You know how you go home to your husband and you all have dinner and hang out and huggy, kissy. Well, this is what's going on. They're doing the same thing with allegedly with boys, young men, and others regularly, just living out this little fantasy life. There was one guy, the one at the church that my parents went to, which wasn't anything. It just happened to be a neighborhood church because my parents were into politics. So, so they would go to church as to mobilize people too. Yeah, we joined this church, blah, blah, blah. Now, can y'all listen to what we got to say? Somebody's running for mayor this year. You know what I'm saying? This kind of thing, right? So, a lot of people kind of try to mobilize the church in that way by joining in. But my parents was like, y'all don't have to go, right? But it turns out the priest, he was kicked out now for a number of things. Number one, stealing money. Number two, the allegations about young boys. It was a Catholic priest. And what do you call those boys? Altar boys, right? Is that what they call them?
Yeah.
Now, later on in life, maybe he had been kicked out, and he joined another church. He became a big dude in another church. He left the Catholic Church. And this is Washington, D.C. So anybody that's my age familiar with D.C., they know who this guy is. But this guy went big. He went way bigger than the Catholic Church could imagine, because he went something else, Episcopalian or some other shit, And so he got his bishophood, I think, in another Christian church, right? Now, but at the same time, if you know where this guy lived at, he had a house in Anacostia, right? Which is like a historic area east of the river in DC, on the south side, the east side of DC, right? But this guy's house, it was like an old antique house, a historic house, but he just had like young men, only young men, 16, 17, working on his house, assisting them in his house, answering the door, all of this shit. And people knew about it. And I remember I think it was my mom who told me about this shit. And one day, because I'm from Southeast, I'm from Capitol Hill and Anacostia, that historic region, right? So one day I was over there driving in Anacostia with my homeboy, and we was talking about this shit. And we was like, matter of fact, this dude, he got a house right up here. Let's go ride by there and see if he still got that house. It was an immaculate, historic, antique house, like historic. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, probably one of the oldest houses in that area, to be honest. But it was restored, 100% restored. And we drove by the house, and there was young boys in the yard doing some yard work and shit. It was like, damn, well, that's it. But it's out in plain sight. For some reason, and that's my point. For some reason, I think in the Christian church, in the Christian church, like this behavior, it's almost been normalized to the point where people know it's there, but they don't do nothing about it. It can't go on. It's not supposed.
Because who knows what, because we don't even know what they tell them. I know, I remember reading a story some years ago where there was one kid who, they were going to a Catholic church, and the priest molested. There are three brothers, and the priest molested one, and then the other brother, and then the dad found out, and he went to go beat the priest up, but by that time they had moved him. But he managed to get to his third son before all that was said and done. Yeah. I mean, there's no telling what they tell the kids and stuff like that. That's why they try to get them young, right? And you don't know what kind of threats they tell the children and stuff like that. We don't, if you tell your parents we're going to kill them, you don't know what they tell them, It's
sometimes the molesters are very slick, because they can kind of get in between your family and kids, like slip up in the middle, because the family will give the child the idea that church is good, Jesus is good, and that's a good thing to aspire to. Follow the rules. And the kid is thinking in their mind, okay, this is important for my parents. I can show them I'm a good Christian. I can show them this is how I can show my parents are good. And then all of a sudden the priest got his hands on you. And how do you flip that back? Then it's like, how do you tell your parents? Because your parents are already kind of told you should be a good Christian. And they go to the same church. But the preacher's a damn pedophile. So what is the kid supposed to do?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like, it's actually very sinister.
It is.
It's I can imagine, like, a lot of kids would have a hard time figuring out, like, should I just go along with this? And then if you find out that, the priest is like going to help them get a little side job, and get a little extra money. You see, like, he's going to get praise. This little kid is going to be praised to be the altar boy. He's like, but the only one thing is that there's one other thing nobody's talking about. I don't get. But let's check out now. This lady says there's a man, an old family friend, tells all. And this person, I'm presuming it's a man. Maybe it's not. Oh no. Well, he saw men go into the basement while Sarita slept alone and more. That's
Mm.
shocking. But here
So
we
that's
go.
just
Let's see what they say here. Oh, they even got the drumming going on here. Here we go. Here we go.
Today we're gonna be talking about them Jakes, okay?
Hello and welcome back to the Real Talk B channel. We are definitely talking about the TD Jakes family. This is really, really messy. I've been watching here and there what is going on and waiting for some receipts because we know what's done in the dark will always come to light. And these are the consequences of using the Lord's name in vain for your own gain. And so you can have those big flags, you're driving your Bugattis and all these types of cars, all luxury. And when you pass away on this earth, you can't take any of those things with you. Naked, you came into this world, and that is how you're going to leave, with nothing. And so TD Snakes, as I would like to call him, is being exposed. And so Larry Reed recently exposed TD Jakes and the messages, or I should say some of the messages that he has. I believe there's more messages out there. And we know victims, whether it's male or female, they are usually afraid to come forward, especially with a strong public figure such as TD Snakes.
You see that shirt right there, Andrea?
Mm-hmm.
You see his fist? Look at his fist. They clenched up.
Mm.
Like he literally took this picture and said, I'm going to clench up both of my fists while I take this picture. And this picture has gone around allegedly. Look at what's under here. You see this? Thinking of you. This is his text message. Somebody took a picture of this. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm getting at. Like, do you think it's a coincidence? Like, I don't know. I mean, it's just a question. I'm gonna tell you, I'm not a conspiracy person. I believe in a few conspiracies here and there, maybe big ones, and that don't require a lot of jumping out the window. But I never used to believe in some of this kind of some of these other little conspiracy. But yeah, but now I got to tell you, I'm starting to think maybe there's a little more to this. Like sometimes it could sound like too much, like, oh, you're just trying to tie too many people in together. But I don't know, like maybe there's just something. Maybe it's just because if you're not involved, if you're not on the inside, it looks like it's too much to reach for. But I don't know. Here's a picture. TD Jakes. Apparently this was sent from his phone. I'm gonna let it play. And it's sent to another man in the middle of the night, thinking of you. That he have that same he has on like a bright or maybe pink. You could call it pink shirt, clenched up fist. Yeah. So let me play it. What's up, Beverly? Pumpkin.
Hey, Pumpkin.
Yes, Miss Pumpkin. All right. Let's look at this. Hold on. What did he say? What did Donnie say? He just looks. He looks definitely suspect, and he's thinking of somebody too. And it ain't his. I don't know. Is he sending his wife this message? I don't know. But let me play it. Let's see what he said.
Okay, and so those kind of public figures like P. Diddy, TD Snake, Jay-Z, Epstein, all of them, they want to make sure they try to allegedly, take you out of here if they can, or try to destroy you in a spiritual demonic realm to try to silence you or either pay you off so you don't talk. And what they fail to realize is that you're still going to be exposed. You're still going to be punished.
Can I ask you something? For the people that aren't religious, maybe that's part of the difficulty to reach. What does spiritual demonic realm mean in real terms?
As far as what they're saying,
to attack you in the demonic realm, do they mean psychology? Is that what that means in the practical
No,
sense?
they believe that
Like,
there's demons out there that they can stick on you and they're gonna make your life miserable and stuff like that. They believe
mhm.
there's that realm out there of demons and devils. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but if you don't,
Mhm.
if you, okay,
If we
okay,
don't
but
subscribe to that, you don't pay them no mind. You like, whatever.
but that's
You
what
know.
I'm trying to say. For the people that don't believe in that, could this be like a communication gap? Like, could they really mean psychologically attacking people? Like going out there tampering with people, playing little manipulative games with people, doing things, putting up another, because there is like that's a real thing. Like you could I forget
Well, the
what they
same like
call
this, like some of the same stuff you guys are going through at a particular time, right? People kind of
it.
discredit you and all that kind of stuff. It's the
Right.
same. You know.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what I'm getting at. Is there some, because to say it's like spiritual and demonic, it doesn't give everybody the ability to grab onto it practically. Like what they talking about, you know what I'm saying? Spiritually. But when you are gaslighting, for example, isn't that spiritual, like kind of warfare side? That's psychological, and that's horrendous. Gaslighting is highly abusive.
Yep.
It's not something that just your average abusive people use. This is like highly abusive shit. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just curious if this is like what they kind of getting at. But let me just let it play some more here.
And we saw how that ended with Bishop Eddie Long. And so Michelle Loud has been fighting for her son Jason for a very long time. And in her live, she said a whole bunch of things about T.D. Jakes, his family, Ccarjacked, her ex-husband Brandon Coleman. It's really, really disgusting, and it also is ungodly. And so this family is living a fake life. The first lady allegedly sleeps alone. TD Snakes is always on the road traveling. Is he really traveling? His two stepsons that his wife Sarita had when they got together are gay. And so it just doesn't make sense when you have a male role model, a straight or pretending to be straight male role model in the home, and both of your oldest stepsons are gay, and the last one as well, the baby son. It just doesn't make sense. And we know that our kids are representative of us and who we are trying to hide and portray. And so we know a lot of times people are violated and things like that, and they don't get a chance to choose their sexuality. And that's not what this is about right now. This is about pointing out facts, because things is just not adding up. Anyway, if you want to see the full video of the leaked messages, you have to go to Larry Reed on his YouTube channel. And also, I'm crediting Michelle Loud for giving us this commentary and all of this tea. It's a lot. Anyway, stay tuned. Please thumbs up this video. Please like, comment, share, and subscribe. And stay tuned.
We're gonna get into it. We're gonna get into it. Okay. Now, y'all be saying allegedly. Y'all be saying, like I just told my Facebook family. Y'all be saying allegedly, and y'all be saying, y'all can't say nothing and that's fine. It's cool as anything. I'm not saying any of this shit because it's true. It's true. It's the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So help me God. It's true. If I'm lying right now, God strike me down. I'm still here. It's true. It's true. And when somebody show you who they are, you believe them the first time. And now people work. Telling people of. I've been telling y'all since sure. I've really been telling y'all since 2016 until I came out and I put a title on it. But I have been warning y'all about the motherfucking Jakes. I told y'all in my first 3 videos about them. My videos, when I came out my story May 18, 2022, I told y'all who these people was. And now this shit coming out. It's coming out. And people throw people mix a line with the truth. And however you want to put it, however you want to put it, it's the they
Yeah, BB, I don't know if it's you or the video, but it's kind of
from
going in and out.
Facebook, because sometimes I'm gonna cuss, and sometimes I'm not, and sometimes I might be cuss. I might cuss quoting the scripture. You have to understand that I am Peter by the mouth and Daniel by the heart. But however way it may be, I am an honest soul. I am a pure soul, and I'm only gonna show up as 100% me, authentically me. I'm not like I'm somebody else just to please anybody. You take me as I am or don't take me at all. If you don't like how I'm presenting stuff, if you don't like how my delivery is, you do not have to watch me, because guess what? I'm still gonna fight for my son. And guess what? I'm still gonna tell the truth. And guess what? And having the truth come out my mouth, that's having the truth come out my mouth. It doesn't take away from the fact that it's the what? Motherfucking truth. Oh, okay then. So now let's get back to it. Yes, the shit that's going on is the motherfucking truth. The shit that is being said is the motherfucking truth. And I told y'all, black asses, some white, some Hispanic, some Ethiopian, some Indian. But I told all of y'all last year about what the fuck that I knew, and about what I have witnessed with my own personal eyes and what I've heard with my own personal ears. I've already told y'all about Corey Licking Cat. And I told y'all some things that's gonna come up about Thomas Dexter Jake Sr. I didn't told y'all this. And this is not just why, but it's a part of the reason why I've been going so hard about getting my child home and getting my child out of that household. It is a wicked household. It is a manipulative household. These people, like I've said time and time again, are not who they claim to be. And I don't know what it's going to take for y'all to see that. And what I don't understand is, and what I keep saying, what I don't understand is, how do y'all put somebody above God the way that y'all do? These people not above God. They're not above repute. They're not. God is God, and it's nobody like God. So for y'all to keep trying to justify the bullshit or try to sugarcoat the bullshit, that is crazy to me. But y'all keep going to sit in them pews, and y'all keep buying them books, and y'all keep buying them tickets to them conferences, and sitting up under that man and that family, and they living their lives like this behind closed doors. Okay? And I'm not the only one that can confirm these goddamn stories. But y'all want to keep taking y'all asses down there to what's the address? 6777 West Keys Boulevard, Dallas, Texas. Y'all want to keep taking y'all asses down there. And y'all want to keep buying tickets to the woman evolve. Tell me how you gonna evolve a woman, Sarah, but you trying to terminate your husband's rights, your ex-husband's rights to your child. Y'all ran him up out of the state. Then when y'all ran him up out of the state, you take the baby and move to motherfucking California. He ain't seen his child. And then you come out last year, or was it earlier this year? Doesn't really matter. It was in the last year. Within the last year, you come and you file paperwork in Tarrant County trying to terminate this man's rights of a child that you took from him and have alienated him from years. And not only him, but his other children that he has. But y'all don't want to talk about it. Y'all want to keep praising these pastors and keep praising these ministers that y'all feel like y'all can't see no wrong in, and they can't do no wrong in. And so then when the wrong happens and it comes out, then what y'all got to say now? What y'all got to say now? What do y'all have to say now? It's nothing that y'all have to say. It's nothing that y'all have to say. Oh, God gon' deal with it. God gon' and he is. That's why the shit is coming out. That's why the truth is being told, because God is dealing with it. And he is. He's dealing with it. He sure is. Because y'all be killing me with y'all smart ass mouths. Oh, God gon' work it out. God gon' deal with it. You gotta be careful who you put your mouth on. Woo, 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 woo. No, motherfucker, you gotta be careful who the fuck you touch, because had not they touched my baby, had not they touched my child, had not they took my child, we probably wouldn't be where we are today. Cassie probably wouldn't have came out with her shit about Diddy. This shit about TD Jakes probably wouldn't be coming out. They would have been living their best life. But God gave the Jakes family 7 years. Like I just told my Facebook people, God gave the Jakes family 7 motherfucking years to correct this situation about taking my son, and they did not listen, and they did not take heed. He gave them 7 years to take care of it in private.
Is this the woman whose child? I heard about this. A woman that actually somehow through some adoption or no, not adoption, they discredited her. Let me listen to what she's saying. This I heard about this story. I didn't know this was this woman actually.
Before it even became public. And then when it became public, he gave y'all a whole nother motherfucking year. But because y'all don't want to do the right thing, he said, okay, I'm finna humiliate y'all in public, and not only when I'm finna bring y'all that anybody attached to y'all is coming down with you. Whoo! And my God,
What you think about that notion? That's a practical thing, right? That's something people can apply. Like, when they say God's going to deal with it, but would you say that in a practical sense, right? I know everybody doesn't believe in the Bible, but just religiously, just the concept of religion, thinking that God is going to solve this. Do you think that in a practical sense, it could be said that the publicizing of this is that way, or
That's how it would be viewed. Yes,
that's how,
that God is.
yeah,
Yep, that's exactly it. That's why they say that, right? That's why people always sit back and say, well, God will take care of it. And that, yeah, well, it sounds good in theory, but all that stuff is it just comes out anyway. Somebody's gonna tell it at some point, right?
right. What would God do? Like he'd be like, no, 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 don't say that in public. We can
Yeah,
deal with this in a, or is he going to be like, yeah, well, there you go. I told you, my son, you
yeah,
should not be
yeah,
violating these, or there will
yeah,
be the wrath coming down upon thee,
yeah. But it's okay for them not to listen, right? I mean, look at the look on his face, like he's mad. What you mad for? What you mad for? You're people are coming out and saying you did a particular thing. What you mad for? Because if it wasn't true, you wouldn't be, you wouldn't even have to address it.
Right. Right. Yeah, I think it's definitely, I mean, that's in a practical sense, that's how I would see it as being, it's the wrath coming down, but there could be worse wrath. I mean, think about it. It hasn't gotten that hot heated yet. It's just a little
Not
heated.
yet. Yeah.
All right, look. Let's see here. Let's see what else happened
Didn't
with
think
us.
it was gonna be Diddy, but Lord is Diddy. But
What's
y'all
up with
can't see that.
Bit
Y'all can't see that. Y'all can't see Bishop being gay. Y'all can't see Bishop bending over and being a power bottom. Y'all can't see that. But I've been telling y'all about the stories about the peoples and about the boys and about the men's and about the pastors and about the preachers. They be downstairs and they be down there for a long ass time. Why is all these men grouped up downstairs at a house for a long ass time? Why does Bishop has all these different apartments? Okay, and lofts. Okay, where he have his parties. But they be orgies and sex parties. This shit ain't nothing new in Texas. People been talking about this in Texas. This new to y'all. But if they would have just gave me back my child, they would have did the right thing. We wouldn't be here today. Yeah, Ashley, intercessory. They was intercessory in all right. They was intercessing assholes. Is what they was doing. And like I said before, I ain't got nothing against the LGBTQI community. One of my best friends is gay, honey. Okay, listen, I got a lot of girls. I got a lot of girls that I fuck with. Okay, so it ain't nothing against them. What I have a problem with is the double lifestyle y'all be motherfucking living. What I have a problem with is that you get your big back ass on this motherfucking stage and you sitting up here preaching the word of God. And if we're going off what the word of God says, because that's what you preach, that's what you live by. You are a bishop of a Christian religion. So if we're just talking based off the religion, you preaching your big back up there and your wife big back up there and Sarah big back up there because they all got big backs and big ends. Okay, so all y'all big asses up there preaching and teaching his word. You know what I'm saying? But y'all getting off that stage and y'all living a double life behind closed doors. Just keep watching. Just keep watching. Just keep watching. Bitch, we are watching and we see it clear as day. We watching, boo. We is watching, and we is watching. And let me tell you something. Until you give me my child, bitch. Until Jason Lamont Caleb Brown is home with his family, the biological family that God gave him, who he's supposed to be with, it's gonna be nothing but hell for your family. I told y'all that in my second video I did. I said, if y'all don't want to give me my son, I'm telling you, I'm coming for my son, and hell is coming with me. So let me tell you something, and let me make it very clear. Thomas Dexter Jakes Sr., Sarita Ann Jakes, Thomas Dexter Jakes Jr., Jermaine Jakes, Jamar Jakes, Sarah Dion Jakes Roberts, and Cora Dion Jakes Breon Jakes Coleman. Let me tell your whole family something. Ernest Jakes, Jacqueline Jakes. Let me tell y'all something. Until y'all give me my child, God is going to continue to expose your family. He's going to continue to do it. And I told y'all that last year. I said, oh, y'all think this is something? God ain't done. It's gonna be a whole file just because they won't give a baby back. Just because y'all touched a baby. Look at all the damage a baby has caused. This didn't stem from Diddy. This shit didn't stem from Cassie. I know y'all would love to believe it. Just like, oh, this shit happened because of his association with Diddy. No, this shit happened because Diddy's association with Jakes. Not because of Jake's association with Diddy, but because Diddy has associated himself with Jakes. And God ain't playing with Jakes. So now everything that's associated with Jakes is going to have a fall. It's going to be a domino effect because y'all took a child and y'all would not get a child back. Touch not my anointed. See, y'all got the shit confused thinking that the Jakes was the anointed, but baby, I'm really the anointed. And my child is the heir of the anointed and the heir of the prophet. See, that's
I'm gonna pause it for a second. You know, I hear some connecting points. Like she said, it's happening because Diddy got connected with PD Jakes. I don't know if I agree with that, but overall, it's very odd. The same kind of things keep popping up. Even, I mean, the idea with I don't know how long Puff Daddy has been involved with TD Jakes. I don't know if that's new in the last 10 years or if that's been span of 20 years, but I know Usher was like 20 years ago, damn near, you know? I mean, Usher's been around for a while and he got into before he even had a record out. I believe he was hooked up with Puff Daddy. So there's an element of like young kids. If he wasn't associated with TD Jakes, then I would just say that's peculiar because, well, that's interesting because it seems that young kids somehow has been like going on maybe outside of just TD Jakes. But in any case, divinely inspired. What's up, brother?
Hey, what's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Happy New Year. Happy and healthy
Hey,
New Year.
Dion. Same to
Yeah.
you.
Thank
Happy
you.
New
Thank
Year
you.
to
Thank
you
you.
too, brother.
Thank you.
What,
Thank you.
what's your thoughts on this, man? I mean,
Well, you know,
it is.
those mega church pastors, you know, those prosperity pimps, that's what they really
Mm-hmm.
are. You know, the ones that were speaking fake tongues. Hoba kobasha, Honda, but come on. You know, there's even scripture in the Bible says that speaks against that also. Right.
Mhm.
So everything he's
Speaking in
for,
tongues.
the Bible is against, actually. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so he's a big power bottomed hypocrite. You see what I'm saying? He's wearing red in the church. Who does that? You wearing red in the church, and you're the
Right.
bishop.
Exactly. It's something weird.
You're
It's
wicked.
really weird.
You know, and then you're gonna chill with Puff Daddy. Ew, ew. You know, I mean, I don't know if anyone's ever saw that Drink Champs episode where Puff got a little drunk and started calling dudes daddy. I like it how you do that,
Yeah.
daddy. Hey
Yeah.
yo, hey yo, hey yo.
Yeah, that was weird.
That's
And they
very strange. And there's been rumors about P Diddy for a long time. You
right.
know, and this about TD Jakes is new, to my ears. You know, and then he's gonna walk around and that red talking about, have you ever been swallowed, swallowing? You know, come on, man. Ain't no man. Ain't no straight man gonna talk like that, man.
Mm-mm.
You know, and especially you're supposed to be the most upright, righteous figure in that church. You are the bishop.
Yeah.
You know,
But it's still, even if he wasn't, even if he was straight, that would still be the weirdest, oddest thing to say.
it is.
It's
It
just
is.
out there.
You know, but see, the thing is, this is not the religion of our parents and our grandparents. This is for entertainment. You see, this is a mega church that comes on TV. He's got his own TV show. And believe it or not, that's an extension of the church, because if they prophesize, if they pray, what is on that TV program, what does the Bible say? If two or more are assembled in my
Yep.
name,
Yep.
that's church. That's
Yep.
church. So when you have a gay cop, well, I don't know what he was, but he's dancing like that Beyonce, if you like it, put a ring on it or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there with your hand in your pocket playing pocket pool with yourself. And dancing and moving or whatever. Hey, man, with a smile or smirk on your face. Man, you're wicked. And I'm not throwing shots at anybody under the rainbow. Let's just put it that way. But the fact of the matter is, when you're a religious figure, when you are a bishop, and what the Bible says, you're supposed to uphold that. There is no room for that behavior. There's none.
Yeah.
None. So, I'm not a Christian myself, but this guy's a hypocrite,
Big time.
right? And he's to be spat out. He's lukewarm when it comes to certain things. He's to be spat out, like it says in the Bible.
Yeah.
So funny.
And not swallowed.
Yeah.
He's gonna be spat out.
Yeah.
So
that's so funny. He's not too articulate either. I mean, he chose some really weird words.
Does he have to be? Because
he could have said, "Have you ever been consumed?"
No, man.
I mean,
no.
Have you ever felt consumed?
No.
Even in the English language, you could say, "Have you ever felt consumed by something?" And that's has no sexual reference to it. It's just the idea of just being like, in another way, just like completely like just chewed up.
Yeah, consumed,
devoured,
engulfed, whatever.
Yeah.
But see, the thing is that he's articulate. He knows what he's saying.
He just chose those words.
That wording is not for everyone. That's for
what if he said what if he said, "Have you ever been slobbed down?"
You might as well say.
Have you ever been slobbed down? Have you ever? I mean, I don't know, man. This guy, he's just too much. He's too much. I don't know. I gotta let's continue to listen, because when I stop, it's like I almost have to think, and when I'm thinking, it's just I lose words for this stuff, man. This is it's beyond me, man. I hate it, to be honest with you, and I don't mean hate like, like I need to demonize him or anything like that.
It's disgusting.
I just feel like it's a violate. This dude, he's a violator. Like, all right, let's see. Apparently, this woman had her child taken by one of TD Jake's children, I think, or through his church. Yeah, through the daughters, right? Is that it? Yeah,
one of his daughters. Yeah.
Yeah, and this woman is not too happy about that, obviously. But I saw something here. They made a reference. She put up a screenshot. This one right here. You see this? This is someone arrested. Who is this? Coleman Richard Brandon? Is this one of his sons, or is this who? What? How does this person? What does this person have to do with what she's saying? Sexual assault of a child.
One of them was married, so I'm not sure if that might be her husband or not. Yeah.
Okay. You know what I'm gonna do real quick? I'm gonna let this play, and then I'm gonna look this guy's name up. Coleman. Hold on. Coleman Richard Brandon. Coleman Richard Brandon arrested. Let's see what's. I'm gonna let this play and then try to find the rest of that.
That ain't done. It's gonna be a whole.
Let me see. Put this right back here. Here we go. Boom.
Oh, okay. Why would you think that? 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 And then I told y'all, 7 years I've been fighting in the courts. 7 whole years I have been fighting. 7 years. 7 is the number 7. The number 7, like I told my Facebook. 7 is the number of completion. 7 means to complete. It is the number of completion. So guess what? Time is up, motherfuckers. Time is up. It's time for new beginnings. And the new beginnings is going to start with you giving me my God gonna make you unask my child. Okay? God is going to make you unask my child because you wouldn't do it willingly. You wouldn't do it willingly. So he's going to publicly embarrass you. I told y'all this. I said, if y'all don't give me my baby back, it's going to be more of a public embarrassment. Y'all think it's just Cora? Why would y'all think it was just Cora? Y'all thought it was just Cora? It's all they asses. The fuck is you talking about? What is you seeing right now? What is going on? Yes. The fuck? The fuck? What did y'all think? I don't know what y'all thought. That shit coming out of that Bishop Jakes, y'all asses better believe it. That's what I'm telling you.
Okay, so this on the left is TD Jake's daughter, and her husband or ex-husband or husband somehow. Um, let me pull up this article because I think the article here it explains it a little bit. Then I can go back to here. She says some other stuff about him, but let me see here. Is this the right word? Right. Okay. Recently shocking allegations. Let me make this bigger. Right. Recent shocking allegations have been swirling around a high profile Christian family, but there has been no official word addressing the damaging accusations until now. The family of Bishop T.D. Jakes is speaking out through a representative in response to two separate claims, both linked to Bishop Jakes' eldest daughter, Cora Jakes, 34, and her ex-husband. Okay, it must be ex now at this point. Richard Brandon Coleman, 33, also known as rapper Ski Ventura. I mean, what a coincidence. He's a rapper. Okay. Initially, it was revealed that Richard had been arrested for ongoing sexual abuse of one of his and Cora's adopted minor children, which precipitated the Coleman's divorce earlier this year. Okay, so that's why she got the divorce. Okay. Not long after, I'm going to put this in the chat also. Not long after, a Texas woman identifying herself as Michelle Loud, the birth mother, this is the woman we're listening to, of Coleman's 7-year-old adopted son, Jason, uploaded a tearful video online. In it, Loud and a hairdresser claimed that while she was homeless and battling postpartum depression, which is something a lot of women, are susceptible to after birth, giving birth, not, I don't know what the data is on it, but it's something when having a child, men should also be aware of. Cora took advantage of her by using spiritual manipulation to convince the struggling single mother that it was God's will to give up her child. That's what I meant by psychological, right? Psychology, but they're calling it spiritual, some kind of spiritual thing. But okay, Lau said the powerful minister and prayer warrior told me that she was only there to help me after I had Jason, but instead was set up from the beginning, with Cora constantly telling me that I didn't have my son for myself. So she was abusing her psychologically. In her public video while she was experiencing postpartum what is that called? Postpartum depression, right? In her public video, the accuser also said she did not know how to deal with postpartum depression, and Cora preyed on my vulnerability using Loud's unstable circumstances and mental state against her court. Yo, this is really sad, because women can be taken advantage of when they're experiencing postpartum depression. Like, it's, well, I'm gonna let ladies, because obviously I don't know what it's like to give birth or the effects of it. But the Jakes family, however, calls Loud's allegations slanderous attempts to smear Cora Jakes, according to the statement. But the dude's got an arrest record. Her children were properly adopted. All right, this is just the response. Through a multi-year process with numerous checks and reviews, continues the statement. This process is afforded to anyone in the United States of America, and there was no preferential treatment given to Cora. Any claims to the contrary are false and defamatory. As adoptions are bound by law, the applicable documents and court proceedings preclude detailed public commentary. Okay. Tell me, was it diagnosed? Okay. And previously reported by the EEW magazine online, Cora, who directs the children's ministry at the Potter's House, documented on her infertility struggles. Okay, so she was infertile, Cora. Fertility Faith, which she began writing at 24. Right. In a blog dated January 14th, damn, this is a decade ago, 2012, Cora wrote, I was 22 years old when I was diagnosed with polycystic ovarian syndrome. And I was, okay, well, I'm gonna drop this. This is like more background information on it. But then we can just get back to what the sister was saying here. This is but yeah, it seems like the postpartum depression is very serious. It's a serious thing to encounter if you've ever known anybody that's experienced it. And just like a lot of depression, people may not even be aware of it, that the person's experiencing it. And the person that is experiencing it also may equally be surprised to know that it can have a lot to do with like chemical imbalances and stuff like that after giving birth. So it's really something men should be up on too, because if you're married or you have a girlfriend or whatever that has a child, and you're thinking that you might be going to work every day taking care and these kind of things, you might think that's enough, but the mother may be at home taking care of the child because she just gave birth, but she may be experiencing something extra that people are not aware of, which could harm that experience, or just change the experience from a happy one to a sad one. So, but in any case, let's see what she said.
Yeah. Like I told y'all last year. I told y'all. I don't know how Jason's doing emotionally. I haven't talked to my son since July. And before July, I talked to him in May. Before that, I haven't talked to my son. She's cut off all communication for me and my son. I can't tell you what my son looked like right now, if he gained weight or lost weight. I can't tell you how he's doing. I can't even tell you how his voice sounds. It's starting to fade. I have not spoken to my son. That bitch brought my son back in my life only to take him back from me. And this is another reason why God is exposing them. Because how dare you fucking play in God's face? Y'all want to keep playing with God. And see, that's the thing that I do not understand. Do you not reverence the Most High? Even if you don't believe in the Bible, do you not reverence your ancestors? You think your ancestors are going to play with you about their seeds? About their legacy? About their lineage? What the fuck is wrong with y'all? How you going to allow me to start building a relationship with my son and just take him back out of nowhere? Bitch, God not playing with y'all. The fuck going on? I told y'all. God is not pleased. And his reign is going to be on the just as well as the unjust, baby. Y'all keep playing with God's anointed, the real anointed, and y'all think God ain't going to do what he do. He's giving y'all 7 years of grace. Time's up. 7 years. Time's up. It's completed. There's no more grace. You better hope. Grace is okay. Y'all better mercy, okay? Because grace and mercy is two different things. Grace and mercy is two different things, okay? It's two different things. Their grace has run out, okay? Now, they do say mercy endures forever because you can always pray for mercy, okay? Mercy can always, the reprimand might not be as heavy. It still be a reprimand. You'll still be in trouble. You'll still get discipline. You know what I'm saying? But it's sometimes when you have mercy is not as much. So you better pray for mercy because grace has ran out. Grace don't endure forever. Grace doesn't always, but grace doesn't always last. So they asses need to pray for some mercy. That's what they need. Lord, give them mercy. But that ain't my prayer. Lord, do what you do. I told God on them. I sure did. I told God on them. I told Jehovah on them Jake's people. While they out here, Bishop bending over, getting his ass stuck in with another dick and probably sucking dick on the other side. Why he out here trying to isolate himself? Y'all remember Bishop Eddie Long? We talked about this too. Y'all remember Bishop Eddie Long? Oh, okay. Do we need to go there? Do we need to remind y'all how close Bishop T.D. Jakes and Bishop Eddie Long was? Do we need to remind y'all about when that shit started coming out about Bishop Eddie? So y'all think Bishop Eddie Long wasn't coming to the shut-ins is what we called them when we was younger. We called them shut-ins because we didn't know what the fuck they was doing down there. So we called them shut-ins. So y'all don't think say y'all just like I don't understand. Like I don't get it. I don't get it. Y'all don't. So y'all know that they try to say Bishop Eddie Long died from cancer, but we know he died from AIDS, and we know that he died from AIDS from fucking with little boys. We know that he died from AIDS from fucking with men. We know.
Is that known? Is that an actual fact? Bishop Eddie Long. Why are they saying that they know he died of AIDS? Is that?
I don't know about that part.
I don't know about that part. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a terrible,
I'm curious
terrible
about that,
secret.
Let me see. Let me change this one up. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say about the
I wanted to
having
find
postpartum
more
depression.
about the actual peers that she didn't, but they referenced in this guy's podcast.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was going to say about the postpartum. Postpartum depression is no joke. I don't have it. I didn't have it, but it's no joke. It's a serious thing that happens to women after they have children, and anything could have been happening to her at the time. They just took advantage of her and trying to tell. They could have told her she was demon possessed or some stupid shit like that.
Yep.
And telling her whatever, because that's what happens in that world of people who think that when you're not feeling a particular way, it always has to be some stupid ass demon that got you possessed or making you act a particular way. Now it doesn't apply to him. I mean, he ain't got no pervert demon or anything like that. I mean, that doesn't apply to him. It just applies to every damn body else, But it's not a joke. That postpartum is not a joke. It takes a while for our hormones to get back to regulating like it's supposed to be. That takes a while. And for anybody to tell a woman, it's in your head and all. So that's the whole game that gets played. You're feeling all this because it's in your head. No, it's not. It's my body trying to adjust after having a baby. Your hormones are not the way it is, before you had your baby. So they need to stop all that bull crap. I mean, just put the postpartum aside. Our monthly can cause you to have all kinds of situations, circumstances as well. But having a baby is brings in a whole nother set of emotions that come with that. I mean, you just given birth, and then then the overwhelming thing that can come over you, saying now I got to raise, now I got something else I got to take care of. All that can happen in that short window of time that can last for a while. And if you're going to church and somebody's telling you you're demon possessed because you're going through postpartum, it's going to have another layer of the depression that comes with having postpartum depression, because that's what that is. So it's not
important
fun.
to have exactly, and it's important for people, also just women that are having children, but also the husbands that are there, the fathers, right, to just recognize how important it is to have a support system in place when you have a child, because this type of thing is that simple. Like, you could be dealing with a person who's never experienced any type of depression or any type of issues, but right at that moment after they have the child, the person that's experiencing the postpartum, which is the woman experiencing postpartum depression, it can affect her mind. And you can imagine how many people may have had their first child or something, and then this happens and they don't know what's going on, and somehow it ruins their relationship. They get a divorce or anything like that. And it's really just like, no, you had postpartum depression, and there was nothing, no one was aware. There was no medical advice. There was no help. Just like, it's something a lot of people experience. So it's good to be aware of it, that it could happen, and that it's more frequent than what people think, so that you don't blame yourself, so that you don't blame yourself. You don't internalize it, for something that it's not. But let's check this out. Go ahead.
I was going to say, but that's what happens though. It's not like you deliberately trying to internalize it, but that's what happens though. You start thinking you're not a good mother, and you're not a good this, you're not good because of the feelings that you have. So exactly. that goes with it. So that's what I'm saying. They want to make you think something's wrong with you. And the only thing that's wrong, you just had a baby, and it's just going to take a minute for your hormones to get back in, its regular cycle. But instead of them being, and most people should know that by now. This is not like a new phenomenon or anything like that,
No.
But the people think there's a certain amount of time that you should be through it, and if you don't get out of it when they think you should, that's when they start laying all that other heavy guilt trip stuff on you. It must be the devil. It must be something you're doing wrong. Or you're not doing. It's just a constant barrage in that environment. If you don't get through it as quick as they think you should be through a particular thing, especially because 9 times out of 10, it's a man that's in that in those positions of telling you what the hell's wrong with you, right? In those types of churches, and have the nerve to tell you, because we went through when we were.
It's actually it's terrible. It's terrible to
Yeah.
actually be, and you think that you have a support system, and they don't know nothing about postpartum depression.
Mm-mm. But they should, though, especially if they've been married and their wives have had children. Some of them they should have experienced. Maybe not all of them, but at least one of them.
But they
it
should
does happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all.
Go ahead.
Yeah, they should
No, but
teach it in the church. See, the thing is that you have to take care of your flock, male and female. So there are issues that men have, there are issues that women have, and the church. One of the main goals of any religious institution is to prepare the younger generation. For life. And this is what can happen if this, you become pregnant. This may happen to you. If you play sports, this could happen to you. Whatever. It should be some kind of life coach counseling. And I think that's what a bishop should be, or anyone, a bishop, priest, preacher, whatever. They should be some sort of coach also. But see, this is reminding me of a cult like thing.
Now you would think they got all that money, they would have some experts in there on that.
Oh well, but that costs money, right? So you can't take money out of Bishop's pocket now.
Right. The answer got to be in that book.
And that's true. That's true, Di. That's where they'd want to get it from. What does the Bible say about it? Ain't nothing in the Bible says anything about no postpartum depression.
PPD. They ain't even know about PPD back
then. It ain't there.
And they didn't even care about it.
So I was going to say there was a couple when we were in church. There was a couple of ladies that were going through that, and I had one that just I just told her, I said, if you just need somebody to talk to you, call me anytime. And boy, she took me up on it. I mean, she didn't care what day or night, and I just let her talk. I just let her talk until she got through it. And when she did, she called me and she just said, "Thank you for listening." So I didn't need nobody to fix me. I just need somebody to listen. That's all. Sometimes that's all it takes. You don't have to do anything. You just have to let them get it out, because you have to let people get those feelings out, how they, because you feel inadequate sometimes after you have a baby. You feel inadequate, So it just goes with the territory. But they demonize too many things that are just normal life happenings. It's just normal.
Right.
It's not like something that they've never heard of. Even when men are going through stuff. I mean, a lot of times men don't want to talk about their problems too, but men go through stuff too. And unfortunately, sometimes with you guys, it kind of gets to be too late before you decide to talk about it. But all those things happen that are life.
We can
things
go
that
out
happen in life.
Well, after women have birth, we can go out and have a beer. We can, whatever little feelings we have, we can just, women typically can't do the same things. You can't, you can't go out after giving birth and just start drinking.
Especially if you're going to be breastfeeding. Yeah.
Right.
Especially if you're going to be breastfeeding, you can't. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have these kind of small outlets, that are typical for people. They have a stress day, they might crack open a beer, or they might have a glass of wine afterward. That's not what women are doing after giving birth. It's not typically suggested even that it could be good for them, and it's not, because like you said, giving birth, and what is that? I mean, breastfeeding, what would that do? So it's even the medication. It's a lot that goes into that. The support that's needed. It's a lot after having a child. And I could just imagine how confused somebody could be. How difficult that could be too. At the same time, like not knowing why all of a sudden you're feeling a certain way. At the same time that you're really just supposed to be developing your relationship with the child, with the baby. The infant, which is going to be through feeling good, being loved, being positive about the experience, and there you have someone who's not and doesn't feel that way inside, and it's
and it could be, and it could be how you had the baby, because when you go through a C-section, that's a whole nother type of feeling. It's a whole nother that, I didn't experience that, but it's a whole nother when you've had to be cut on, because I mean, it's like you don't see nothing. It could be any of those things. And so, people just have to be more compassionate and understand, that this is normal processes that happen in life, period. I don't care what comes up in life. A lot of things are just normal. But when you're in church, they'll make you feel like you got all kinds of spirit of every damn thing under the sun, blowing your nose, wiping your ass. They don't give a damn what they put the word spirit attached to. They'll attach it to every damn thing under the sun. They don't give a damn. Spirit of being bald, spirit of not brushing your teeth, the spirit of buckeyes. They don't give a damn. Everything got a damn spirit, but they want you to think you got all these demon possessors. It's so stupid.
Well, you know something? What's interesting is that, like, I never thought about this before, but over here where I'm at, when you have a child, each parent is getting 6 months leave. Yeah, it's right. And you can, as a father, you can give your 6 months to the mother, so she has a whole year.
Wow.
Right. Yeah, but at the minimum, everybody's getting 6 months, and it just occurred to me, like, okay, maybe that's why they're doing it that way, because they realize right at that moment, going out there and going to work may not be the most important thing, especially if you don't have to.
Yeah, and where they came up with 6 weeks postpartum is okay to go back to work is stupid. 6 weeks is nowhere near enough time here in America. It is nowhere near enough time. Some companies are getting better about allowing, about extending that time. But I'm like, man, y'all have lost y'all damn mind thinking that we're supposed to be over this whole birthing process in 6 weeks. It's just so stupid.
See, but
it's not practical.
In America, mostly it's going to be something contractual that you have to have, a couple of weeks off, for after childbirth. It's got to be in your contract. And if you don't have a contract, you better hope that you have a nice boss, to get those weeks, what have you. Now think about it. Now with these migrants that are coming in, right, or have come in, right, and the workforce is going to change.
Mm-hmm.
So I can foresee right now that the conditions, they probably won't get nothing. You see what I'm saying? And then that will impact the rest of the workforce.
Mm-hmm.
You see?
It does, because it's all connected. It's interconnected.
It's all interconnected, and it's I think it has a lot to do with union busting also. Because these construction jobs, what have you, who's doing them? All the major works in New York City. I'm gonna tell you right now, there ain't no card holders, no union members doing that. Even the little jobs. And then also where I used to work, it was the largest cooperative in the world, actually, right? A department of 40 guys just evaporated. Boop, that's it. And these guys were hard.
Just from what? From leave?
Because what happened was there was like a subcontractor there. And he's doing union work, what have you, that supposedly that these guys couldn't handle during the regular workday, even on overtime, And a lot of those guys didn't want to work overtime because it was backbreaking. You're laying floors down, you're ripping up old floor tiles. And a lot of these guys were getting burnt by using their butane torches, because you have to heat the mastic up to fix the tiles to the floor, what have you. You're gonna, with the snippers, they would cut themselves because you have to cut those tiles also to fit, right? And we're talking about a 200 plus square foot living room, right? So that alone, never mind the foyer, never mind the bedrooms, never mind the bathrooms, all have to be laid down. Everything has to be laid down. So So now that department is gone, man. And also when those guys were when they lost their positions and were like basically turned into porters, they were very happy. They were ecstatic.
Oh, really?
Yep. They said we didn't get a demotion in pay, right? So we kept our maintenance, our utility pay, but the work, you know, my
Decreased.
knees,
It,
my
it
back.
wasn't so laborious, right? Yeah.
Exactly. And see, who do they have doing it now? God knows.
You know what I find peculiar about the this kind of like a leave from work when you have a child? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's interesting how it's not just like the law of the land. Like no matter what business you're involved in or what type of job you have, no matter how much money you're making, that it's not like kind of built in there, because it's not like it's going to make a poor person rich to have leave from work, paid leave. They're not getting any more money from that. It's not like they're going to get, let's say the immigrant that is not in a union, right? Them
Right.
still getting off from that job that pays less. It's not like they're ever going to catch up to a person that is already, established in a well-established job. They don't, if they both take off from work, it's not like one's getting ahead of the other or getting an advantage. They just both getting time off when they have it to start their child's life off or their family's life off.
Well. See, the thing is that um, those people who are more well off, they're being replaced by those people, man, by the migrants.
Okay, go ahead. Explain that. Let me hear
Okay.
that.
So you're not doing it's even though it may be a skilled trade or it may take some skill or what have you to do what you're doing, it's not basically, I don't want to disrespect anyone, but it's not rocket science, man. I mean, I represented these
Yeah, it's a
service
trade.
employees. It's a trade, right? I represented people in the service industry for 8 years, right? And at one point it was also the Northeast Bronx as well, right? So I had 500 guys every day that I was responsible for, like first line defense, first line representation, and I had also, whenever they needed me, to go to different spots in the Bronx, in the Northeast Bronx, and never have when I was, we talk about the 90s, man, the 90s into like say 96 to 2004, I was doing it, right? How it is now, what? And but see, the thing is that when I see like the for instance I gave, right, where one whole department, 40 plus guys, right? Oh wait, hold on, this, yeah, like 40 plus guys, right? Who they replace them with? The workers that replaced them can't even speak English, man.
Right.
You understand?
Yeah.
So, and you don't even know, they're not even vetted. You don't even, the company didn't even know who they're letting in people's apartments to work. Because when I'm doing your
Unskilled
floors,
laborers. They might be skilled, but they're not certified skilled
right?
laborers.
It's not like, okay, like you see like an electrician, let's say, right?
Mm-hmm.
But who's doing the electrical work, man? Some of these spots, man. Who's doing the plumbing? All of that can be done by who's coming in.
Yeah, it's major violation. It's major
So
violations with that. Yeah.
I'm telling you, like when they're putting these buildings together, right? They are using who? So when it comes down to you already got to beg for time off for maternity leave, right? Paternity leave, right? You better have in your contract, or you better have, like I said, like a decent employer, right? And you damn sure ain't getting no 6 months to a year. You can forget it. You take 6 months off to it, you might as well don't come back. That's it. You're terminated. And see, the thing is that it's like, okay, you're talking about America was like the home of the sweatshops, man, and it still has sweatshops. Certain places, it's how are these migrants being treated? You see what I'm saying? For like whatever they're getting paid. Oh, you have to go to Home Depot and you can load up your truck with migrants, man, to go work and do construction, which is a skill trade. Construction.
Yeah, exactly.
You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So the benefits in America are probably going to get worse. They're probably going to actually decrease.
You know what? It's going to decrease at the same time the GDP is going to increase.
Yeah, how about that?
Basically, yeah, that's the peculiar part of it.
Because check it out, man. I mean, New York is already a few $1 billion in debt because of the migrant housing problem, right?
Well, yeah, actually, you know what? Let's drop the text messages, because I think we're not going to learn nothing more.
Okay.
Really. I don't know. We can come back to that, but there is some. I was following up a little bit on that issue today, watching the news, man. There seems to be a lot of with the mayor of New York, or the state of New York, or city of New York is suing Texas. Or no, they're suing the buses that are driving them, being contracted to drive the immigrants to New York. Is that right?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, that's brand new, man. That's
man, but
brand new, bro.
I heard
that is brand new.
I read that 90% of the people that clean up the parks, whatever, they've been let go. And,
really?
Yep, and they suspended an NYPD recruit class. They're not hiring new cops.
Oh, really? Why is that? Because of money?
Because of the money short, because of these migrants, man. I say because of these migrants, but because of housing and taking care of them. And they took these migrants out to I think Staten Island, and was like, okay, here's where you guys going to be. This is a new shelter. We clean it up for you, blah blah. And they were like, no, because it's too far away from the city. Wait a minute, homie. There are American citizens who take that ferry to go into the city every day, back and forth. And you're going to refuse it?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, man, I don't want to sound like a MAGA or a Trumper, man, but yo.
Well, today, this is breaking news, brother. This just happened today. Let's check it out here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. See.
As political ploys from the state of Texas alone. Today, our administration filed a lawsuit against 17 companies that have taken part in Texas Governor Gray's scheme to transport tens of thousands of migrants to New York City in an attempt to overwhelm our social services system. These companies have violated state law by not paying the cost of caring for these migrants. And that's why we are suing to recoup approximately $700 million already spent to care for migrants bused here in the last 2 years by the state of Texas. Governor Abbott's continuing use of migrants as political pawns is not only chaotic and inhumane, but makes clear he puts politics over people. Today's lawsuit should serve as a warning to all those who break the law in this way.
Yeah, that was breaking news, brother. I mean, apparently, so New York City is suing. Yeah. And did he say he was suing the buses contracted, or is it also the state of Texas or Florida? Is it Florida or is it? Let me just
Texas.
play that one more time. It's only Texas there, right?
17 bus companies.
Sue companies used by Governor Abbott. Right. Okay. I got you. So that's Texas. Yeah. 17 bus companies. Yep. There you have it. That is.
But see, these red states.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry, brother. These red states are saying we don't want these in here. Where I'm at in Georgia, man, there ain't no immigrant problem over here. And they probably said, Well, New York got the bleeding hearts, man. Send it to them. Send all them, migrants to New York, and let them deal with it.
Right. But that's so like send those migrants to New York. They have the heart for them, or they have the, yeah. It's
Right.
like that's so that is such a crazy
That's cruel. I mean, it's
way.
crazy.
Yeah, that is just you can't do that. That's so that they need to file for money through the federal government, right? Which by the way, they've been like, stalling because it's been the Republicans out. Is that right? I believe that's what I heard. It's like the Senate. I believe they've been out. The Republican Senate, they've been
Mhm.
out, man. It's like they've been showing up late to the job, slowing down votes, procedures and things like that, basic ones. And it seems to me like the normal way of going about that would be to Texas if they have a grievance about migrants and it's causing them to use too much civil service money on refugees or whatever. Seems to me like they would seek that money from the federal government, not just send these people to another state. Because look, if this is happening in your state, then obviously you would need something comprehensive to alleviate it. But what is it? How many states are they
That's how they
sending
leave.
migrants to? Is it only New York? Or let me see here. Go
No,
ahead.
no. It's pretty much what do they call them? Oh man, what do they call them states? Particular term they call these states. Damn it.
Mm-hmm.
Not sorry, not sanctuary states, I believe, right?
Here we go. That's what they're saying here. Yeah, it's sanctuary states. So
Mm-hmm.
some of them are Washington, D.C. Although I heard D.C.'s not officially a sanctuary, but they do have some kind of thing similar to it. But in any case, yeah, they say Washington, D.C., New York, Chicago, Philadelphia, Denver, Los Angeles. Yeah, this is, and this is long distances, man.
Yeah.
That is, yeah, that
You talk
is.
about children. You talk about the elderly, people with medical issues. And they put it on a bus to come to New York from Texas. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
500 migrant buses. Yeah, this is crazy. And that's back in June. Busted more than 50,000 migrants. Now they're saying it's even more. Yeah, this data is behind.
But I don't mean to sound like a bigot or anything, right? But I'm just going to tell you the truth. The truth is truth, right?
Mm-hmm.
The crime rate went up in
Yeah,
New
come
York
on.
City, man. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
And
it has to.
they're noticing it's driven by some of these migrants, man.
I mean, yeah, because I mean they're apparently, people have drawn when they've drawn a correlation between economics and crime.
Mm-hmm.
And the more stressed out people seem to be in the economics, the more of this kind of petty crime goes straight up, skyrockets. And yeah, it's so they're like transporting these problems to others. Yeah, it's. But do you think this is going to backfire on Democrats, or do you think voters can kind of will see it in another way?
Definitely.
It's going to backfire on Democrats, or because look,
on Democrats, and I think it already has, because the fact of the matter is that okay, how are you going to overburden, right? It's good. It's good to care. It's good to allow people in to do, to work. Some people have, very difficult living conditions, what have you. Okay, fine. But wait a minute. What are the numbers, of people in shelters in New York City already, right? What are the numbers of people who need special housing, who need services, right? So you only got but so much in your budget. So how are you not gonna take care of, residents and citizens and take care of, and put migrants over citizens, man. How you gonna do that? That's why I respect those people out there in Chicago so much, man, because they said, "Hell no, you're not gonna do this. You're not gonna put them before us." And they went toe to toe with their mayor, man, and the alderman. Hell no, you're not gonna do
They're
that.
sending them. But what are they doing now?
What's that?
Right, but what did they do to is Texas
Moly.
You said Chicago. Is Chicago suing Texas?
I know Chicago.
Also, is Chicago suing Texas? Yeah, okay, I'm curious about that because here it says the Biden administration is suing Texas also.
Wow.
Okay, so New York City is suing the buses, and the Biden administration is suing the entire
Texas.
state. Right. Okay. The move comes after the Justice Department threatened last week to sue Texas if it didn't back down from the measure. It marks the second legal action against the state this week as President Joe Biden and Texas Governor Greg Abbott spar over the handling of the U.S.-Mexico border. Controversial immigration law that gives local law enforcement in Texas the authority to arrest migrants, arguing the state cannot run its own immigration system. Oh, okay, so this is not about the busing. This is about other aspects
with the
of
housing?
the migrant. Let's see here. Argued that the measure undercuts federal government exclusive. Okay, to enforce. Okay, maybe it's just a wide range of immigration violations that the laws on immigration that the state's violating. It says its efforts through SB 4 intrude on the federal government's exclusive authority to regulate the entry and removal of non-citizens, frustrate the United States immigrant operations and proceedings, and interfere with the U.S. foreign relations. SB 4 is invalid and must be enjoined. The complaint filed in the U.S. District Court for Western District of Texas states. Yeah, it seems like this is just in general about how, they're treating migrants, arresting them. And also I guess it's got to be sending them to other. They don't have the right to do that. When you have asylum seekers, there's specific law on asylum, you see, and that is like, it's supposed to be have some symmetry in that internationally, like for example, Denmark is being criticized by the UN of how they handle migrants, and it's not even as bad as this, man, to be honest with you. This is what's going on in the US. It is strange, but in Denmark, they're considered to be very hard on immigration, and yet it's not as crazy as this. But what they've been penalizing them for is trying to send, or the EU is being criticized even for saying that they want to send persons that are already here to other countries, right? But the law on asylum is that you're supposed to be taken where you stand. The process is supposed to happen where you stand. So that would mean you cross the border into Texas and you say, hey, I'm an asylum seeker. So they have to take them in under asylum law, which is international law pretty much. If one country doesn't follow it, then other countries will be encouraged to do the same thing. And so there will be some kind of blowback, you could say, no matter what. But Denmark, what they did to say, okay, instead of following certain laws on how you house them, they opened up a prison. Look, they reopened an old prison and turned it into an asylum center, and it was on an island.
Damn.
Yeah, man. Yeah. And they've been criticized internationally for that. Not only that, but they want to send back some people to other places, saying that, it shouldn't be here. Italy is a better example. Italy is on the border, right, of where a lot of the immigrants come from, which is Africa, right? And so Italy also is facing a similar thing. They're like, okay, a lot of people come into Italy, but they don't want to stay in Italy. They don't even want to file for asylum in Italy because they know life in Italy could be hard. So what they do is they migrate further into the EU, into other states, and apply there. And Denmark's been criticized for basically, trying to say, hey, but you trying to, spend too much time figuring out how did you get to Denmark? Meaning, did you skip over another country? But the thing about it is that, yeah, of course, it's on the border though. So what are you going to do then? You're going to literally say all the migrants touch down in Italy, and all of them are just going to become is Italy residents,
Right.
Italian residents? Is that what it's going to be? And the Italians are like, they're not encouraged to stop you from leaving and filing somewhere else. By that, you see what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they're not supposed to let you just go on. So it affects a lot of things. So the Italians could be like, hey, you know what? Let's not process this person's paperwork. Let's just encourage them to go to another place.
Somewhere else. Right.
Right. And so this is similar, although the US is much bigger. So it's state by state as far as it being a state, it's bigger than all the European states put together. So if you but still there's some comparison there with the border. And Italy's of course not the only border. There's Turkey, for example. You might find some similar issues if you Google. It might there could be similar dynamic going on with the Middle East, or from migrants from that direction. But yeah, this is a real conundrum here. But let me see. There was one other article here. Oh, go ahead.
So I got friends in Arizona, right?
Mm-hmm.
And where they live, the border shut down. There's no.
And where? Arizona?
Yeah. Where they live in Arizona.
They shut the whole border down?
Not the whole border, but where they live, yeah, it's shut down. And also.
Okay, wow.
Yep. Did you know that there are private citizens that are doing border patrol in America?
I heard that's another issue in Texas, right?
Yep. They're armed too, man.
Yeah. This is where the US kind of, I think, where what a lot of the US suffers from is the lack of symmetry, the lack of organization. This idea that one theory can be put up to another side by side and just let the best theory win, and that's how you work out problems. It's kind of chaotic, because I'll give you an example of that. DC, for the longest time, you couldn't buy guns in DC. There's no gun shops. Even today, there's no gun shops there, right? I don't know if that's changed, but I doubt it, because the DC's heavy dim city, right?
Yep.
So they're going to find ways to, even if in law you could have a gun shop, you got to get the permit, has to be issued by the city. So the city can stall that in a lot of ways, or get around that if they don't want it, right? But even if the city doesn't have guns, even if you can't sell guns, even if you could only, for example, possess a shotgun, or something like that, not a handgun or anything like that, right?
Right.
The reality of it is that the criminals can get guns from anywhere, because all you got to do is cross the street and you're in another state. You're in Virginia or you're in Maryland, and those are heavy gun states. So it didn't stop the gun violence.
No.
Right. In DC, it doesn't stop criminals from having guns. Right. So how did, what use would it be to not, also legally arm people in DC, if that's the case, right?
Yeah.
But in any case, they haven't worked that out yet. There's still this kind of like, one state believes one thing and this neighbor state has a different policy on the same damn thing. Guns.
But you want to hear something crazy? Okay, so like in Georgia, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have a WCL. It's a weapons carry license, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can carry my weapon or weapons, in any state that has reciprocity with Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say I want to take a plane, take a trip to Virginia. I have to get a TSA and bring my weapons with me. So I have to take a TSA. I have to buy a TSA approved weapons weapons case, right?
Mm-hmm.
Declare what the weapons I'm bringing, right? To Virginia, before I get on the plane, whatever. I'm saying going to Virginia, blah blah blah, whatever. And this is what I'm bringing. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Because I've already been cleared by both the FBI and the GBI.
But when you move around, right, you got to declare.
Let's say if I'm driving up to South Carolina, right? I'm carrying because they have reciprocity with Georgia also as well. I think it's like 20 states.
Okay,
I can carry.
So 20 states you don't have to declare.
No. If you're going to fly, take any kind of like public transportation, yeah, you have to declare it.
Okay.
But if I'm driving, let's say I drive to New Hampshire, right? Because New Hampshire is one of the states. Yeah, man, I'm carrying.
Okay, I got you.
Or if I'm flying to New Hampshire, I'm declaring it.
Let me ask you something more about the immigration too. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? Where do you think immigration is going to be the number one issue this election?
Yeah, because man,
it would have to be, right? Because the Republicans, they made that's the only issue they really.
And they're gonna say, you're right. They're gonna say, look at New York, and other places where they are billions of dollars in debt because of the migrant situation.
Right.
And these are Democrats. See, like I said, it's good to let some people in, what have you. But man, there's a budget for things, and you can't just lump people anywhere you want to put them. You can't just do that. There's got to be a thought out plan. Oh yeah, come on. Oh yeah, come on. Oh yeah, come on.
Yeah,
and like,
it's true.
And who you letting in? Who you letting in?
It has it's some serious underlying problems with that. Yeah, it's true. Because you're essentially. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'm saying you're exasperating. Excuse me. People who already have been suffering. Because lack of services due to remember Corona was only 2 years ago. So people are just rebounding from the effects of that, right? All these lack of services or what have you, and also because of budget cuts, whatever. So come on, and now you're bringing more and more people, and giving them. It seems like you're giving them preference over the citizens here.
Yeah, and yeah, the citizens.
You ain't putting me in no luxury hotel for free.
Right. Yeah. So, everybody's story didn't happen that way. That's true. It's true.
Nah, man. Yeah, so it's
people living on the streets, brother. It's people already living on the streets.
On the streets, and what's so crazy is, man, it's like, I mean, I'm seeing like videos of just shit looks crazy, man. You have like these migrants, man. I saw one dude living. All right, you know how a truck is, right? And the truck has the cargo the cargo bed, right? Or you can call it a C box or whatever the cargo goes into. This dude had his uncle's container, right, parked. It was attached to the truck, whatever. Man, a migrant built a fire underneath that joint, man. And was heating up food or keeping warm or whatever he was doing. And he had a hammock swinging back and forth.
Yeah,
did you see that? Did you see that? Oh, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
No, but I can imagine it. I'm imagining it. Yeah,
Yeah, but
yeah. I'm imagining it as you're saying it, man.
it's like, come on, B. You know, I mean,
We turn now to the latest on the asylum.
you know, and he's saying like he couldn't believe it. He said,
But then again, that's what they would do.
because some don't want to be in those hotels, and I guess some of those hotels and shelters aren't so nice either. So some rather like live on the street or something. Yeah,
Right.
Damn.
Yeah, because first of all, it's like there's just citizens who are homeless that don't want to live in those type of group
Oh, yeah.
shelters because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
not always safe.
No.
And safety in these asylum centers is a problem. You don't often hear a lot about it, but if my organization, the one that I work with, the one that I co-founded, our issue is not asylum. We don't take any type of position on anything else except things that are directly relating to PAD's human and civil rights. And there's plenty of things that one could point to in the law that directly affect the PAD quality of life. And like we were saying, the number one thing is just the acknowledgement and the data.
Right.
And but having said that, it's like we do I do communicate with other organizational leaders that work in asylum in Denmark specifically, and the asylum process and some of the failures in it or injustices in it, and one of the things that this is like it's also a problem. It's one thing that never really seems to become a story. And that is a lot of the advocates for asylum, the people that would, that are pro-migrant or pro-asylum, often they don't want to discuss other issues that are happening in the centers because perhaps it may give people the idea that, hey, we're bringing in dangerous people.
Right.
So a lot of times the asylum activists, they sadly enough, I won't say turn a blind eye, but that's an element that they don't want to look into because it obviously doesn't sell their point, you folk. But within that, there's things going on inside of the camps, man. And one of the things we found out is that, of course, Black folks even being discriminated against inside the centers by other migrants. Yes,
man.
there's racism inside of the centers up in this joint, man.
So it's like a racial hierarchy.
All these asylum seekers don't get along, in other words, with each other, even though they're all seeking asylum. It's like, so there's a lot to be discovered in the, what goes on and how well that the asylum process is being run in any country, let alone the US. I mean, I would think Republicans would speak about it more. I have heard people talk about it. I mean, they say it maybe in a vulgar way. They say things like rapists are being brought here, criminals are being brought here. But yeah, that's true. That's definitely got to be true. There has to be some in the mix. But it almost makes it sound like they're not discussing it in a way where you can resolve it and still have a fair asylum process. It makes it sound like, no, all these people are like that. So why are we taking any of them at all?
Yeah, well, see, that would be like say Republicans way out. Let's just say, yeah, we can't vet who's who, so we don't want to overburden the police force. Is a scary thing. Well, fear, man. They'll say like oh, these are criminals coming in, like rapists and murderers and all that. They've been saying that. They've been saying that for the longest, man.
Right. Yeah.
That's been their crutch, so to speak, and then people will believe that,
Well, there's another. Okay, so that's on the surface. That's how the Republicans discuss it. But there's also some other things that, like, when you have people coming in the country and you don't have a process to house them, have them in community,
Right.
because ultimately you will have to make space,
Right.
right? And there will have to be communities, more communities built, obviously. Now, and one of the other failures that they had in the EU, like particularly in Sweden, you hear a lot of people talking about it, and in Denmark, is that they have something. Um, Everything becomes politicized no matter what. So some
Mhm.
of the terms become political, but they call it ghetto. They say that they created ghettos. So in other words, when Sweden was first letting in, when they first started having big numbers of asylum seekers from, like, let's say Somalia or certain areas in the world, other areas, right? Not just the Middle East and Africa. Let's just say it like that, right?
Right.
They didn't have a program that, they wouldn't house them just anywhere. They built a whole ghetto for them, these people, and
Mhm.
just put them all in there. But what happened is that these people don't get integrated that way either into the
Right.
overall society, because they're not being integrated
They're
really by
isolated.
Americans.
Right.
They're having a whole nother reality that they're being integrated into, and it's just kind of like, you could say, not useful for
No.
people, because you could say that, all right, if an immigrant could asylum seeker could get in a apartment on the same block where it's like 80% of the people are American citizens, right? Or
Mhm.
90%, whatever, then you would see that their integration process is going to be kind of what the base American culture offers. The base, the norm,
Yeah.
the typical thing, right? But what's happening in these cases is that it's not even typical at all when you put them all together in one place, because they become their own thing.
Yes. Yeah.
Completely, and
Yeah.
that's also dangerous. And I think United States citizens face something like that that's a little bit different from Denmark and Sweden. And I think you see it come out in other parts of the conversation, like, whereas though Americans generally, even the black population, is becoming very sensitive towards this issue, because every
Mhm.
place that these people are being thrown is the same places where a lot of black people tend to live.
Well, that's because they're not going to put them, in the hoity-toity areas. They're going to put them in, you know, the most probably, financially depressed areas, and that's where we live.
Right.
You,
Exactly. And
because
then when they live there, they need
yeah,
a job too. They need
and
a
what's going to happen?
yeah. So it's like,
Someone,
it's just, yeah, man.
someone
It's
has to be
eh,
displaced. Somebody must be displaced. Who's it going to be?
who is it going to be? Yeah, and I think I'm hearing a lot of African Americans or Black Americans
Yep.
become more frustrated about the
Yep.
fact that there doesn't seem to be a conversation about that. Now, in in DK, you could say the black population is not really having that same conversation. Like, they're not, because obviously it's not many generations, you could say.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the
Mm-hmm.
same dynamic, but it's happening it is happening, but not publicly. It's happening more privately. Like, all the immigrants don't identify with each other. But the thing I do like about it is that in the EU is definitely way more stricter on immigration, and has a totally different way of doing it. Like, they dropped the ghetto thing. So in other words, they had this ghetto stuff, and they realized, whoa, we're complaining about immigrants not not assimilating, right? Integrating. We're complaining about that, but yet we're grouping them all up into a project where they only have them to learn from. So how can we complain? So what they did was they said, okay, so we know we can't just complain because we've been called out for complaining, when really we're creating it too, right? So what they did now was they busted up all those issues. They busted up all those ghettos, right? They're busting them up. They don't want people housed that way. What they do is, when you get in there, there's in a certain area, there's only a certain amount of housing, of people that any community can receive in the first place. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
They're being sent out to different parts of the country, right? Similar, I don't want to say that the governor of Texas is doing something right, but that's what's starting to happen over here because they realized after a generation, these people may not even be integrated. And
Right.
that's dangerous. Think about what integration means. It means they may not even know your history, man. They may not even know anything about you.
Right.
And you're a damn American.
Yep.
They don't know about your norms. They don't know about your struggle. They
Nope.
don't know how people deal with these things, the norms and the struggles amongst each other. They don't even have a reason to have empathy, really. Or or have time for empathy because it's like, hey, I got to go to work, right? To each his own. I got to get out there and get my hustle on. So in reality, these people are like in the US, I would say because of the policy, Americans are starting to feel like these people are competitors.
But they are.
Not persons that are good, persons that are going to join the community, you could say.
No, bro.
Right.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
Because it's
There we go.
already
So
right. Like I said before, the services have already been cut already. So now you're going to overburden our community with how many thousands of people, right? So now we don't have to fight for services. And see, and black folks always getting the short end of the stick anyway. Right? So now you're looking at the federal government like, yo, you're picking these folks over us?
Yeah.
And that was the whole thing. Man, you gotta see those community battles, man, in Chicago, man. But the same thing's gonna have to happen in New York too. It's gonna have to happen. It's like, what are y'all doing? I mean, yeah, I don't care who you are. You're gonna bring the mayor, man. First, Eric Adams, come on, bro. What are you doing, man? And see, with that whole ghetto thing, America's been doing that for years. You have Spanish Harlem. You've got Fordham Road and the Grand Concourse. You've got the Northeast Bronx. Well, it is, you have these projects in the South Bronx, Mid Bronx. You have like primarily, Russian area, Russian Jewish area, what have you, right? So that's been happening here forever, and now you're gonna drop how many people on the black area, and then the Hispanic area, what have you, also.
Right. Or the same areas they have to.
I guarantee you, they're not taking them to Brighton Beach. They're not taking them out to Neptune, Brooklyn. They're not taking them out there. So most likely they're going to be in the city, maybe in Harlem, Spanish Harlem, right? Parts of the Bronx, parts of Brooklyn. Man, it's going to get crazy over there, man.
Do you think they like thinning, like doing it? I mean, do you think that they're concerned at all about, like, I mean, Republicans talk a lot about the Hispanic aspect of it. Like, we're going to be speaking Spanish. They focus on that a lot, right? But these aren't the only immigrants that are coming across the southern border, right? So, do you think that they're concerned about what could you say, thinning off of what would be American in their policies? Or, I mean, do you think either party cares about that? Or do you think the parties are more so concerned about it thinning off the white population?
Well, I'll put to
go ahead. Yeah.
When Trump got elected, right? in those same Hispanic areas, right? You saw Viva Trump.
Mhm.
There is some sort of weird dynamic
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're right. That's weird.
where this dude told you he's going to deport you. He's going to deport you. No matter who you're married to, no matter how long you've been here, he's going to get you. And these, we're going to call them Latinos, whatever, Hispanics, they said Viva Trump, bro.
Yes, they did.
You know, and
yeah,
the one, and the ones that were able to vote voted for him. Right?
Yes.
That's, but then you saw him on after he got elected, right? You saw those same folks on the news say now that they're deporting my wife and my husband now. Well, you voted him in. He said he was going to do it. I heard they were driving, like INS was driving party buses, man, like big buses, man, through certain neighborhoods. Up, you, and you better be able to prove who you are or what have you. If you couldn't prove your citizenship, man, you going. And I heard that happening in the Bronx, man. Like, I was like, what?
Oh, really?
Dudes was, yeah, man. This is White Plains Road is a famously
And that was ICE. That was ICE who was doing that, right?
INS, yeah.
Under
Yeah,
Trump,
right.
Yeah, okay.
And White Plains Road is a very famous, famously Caribbean neighborhood, right? They said they had a bus out there, man. I said, man, they're going after everybody, bro.
Caribbeans people.
Yeah, man. Remember, check this out. Do you remember?
Yeah, that's weird, right? That's interesting. Go ahead.
Very interesting. Do you remember when what do you call it?
So he's like Jamaicans can't even be here.
I mean, if you're not a citizen, man, they want everybody, bro.
Right. Wow.
And do you remember when it was like a couple of years ago, man, where you had like the immigration service, man. Not immigration, I'm sorry, Border Patrol. The Border Patrol was whipping Haitians at the border. Do you remember that? These agents were on horseback.
Yeah, I remember that. That was in the beginning of Trump, I think. Term, right? Right.
And they were whipping these Haitians.
It was insane looking, man. It was
man.
That was like Jim Crow shit. Like send them
that
in,
was
may as well had Klan mask on.
Type shit, man. It was. It was like a slave patrol. That's what it looked like to me.
Yes. On horseback, man. Do you have to gather people on horseback? Dude, what is up with that? And it was all imagery too. They was like, you know what? Don't take the cars today. Take the horses.
Take the
horses. What the fuck?
Take the horses and the whips, bro.
Let's scare the hell out of these people. Let's scare the hell out of everybody. Might as well. This is crazy, man.
I know, damn, bro.
Do you think? I mean, it seems to me like there's two things being on the political horizon, and they don't wash, man. They wash a little bit, but there's something they don't seem to meet. The ends don't seem to meet. On one side, you have like Republicans that seem to be promoting. I don't think they do anything well, by the way. Republicans don't seem to do stuff well. They do stuff, but it doesn't seem to be well organized. It's just more like a bomb is going to explode here today, so stay away. We don't know how many feet. We don't know who's going to get, but we told you it's going to hit, But the Republicans seem to be like ushering in some sort of new idea, an idea that's not about race, right? It's about culture, your Western culture. How Westernized are you versus how non-Western you are? And in Europe, those are two terms they play on. That is the main political thing, Western and non-Western. And
Well,
there's a difference on how they treat Western versus non-Westerners
but
in the
no,
process. Go
it's
ahead.
race. It's race, brother. Because I'm gonna tell you,
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
when
Even that's race. Even that
yeah,
one is code word for okay. There you
it's
go.
a
Yeah.
code word, definitely. And what's so crazy is that you have Texas, right? Talking about Texas, right? What did these Republicans just do on the school board, what have you, right? They struck, I think the word slave out of their school textbooks.
Yeah, I saw that.
And
That was in Florida, right?
Texas.
That was Texas. Oh, I'm sorry.
Texas.
That was Texas. Yeah, go ahead.
But no, Florida. See, here we go again. Florida's another red state, right? And Florida has a banned book list, and I think maybe the autobiography of Malcolm X is on that banned list, and I think Malcolm X, his autobiography also, right? So it was like MLK, Malcolm X. Shoot, what is? Wait a minute. What's that book by Alice Walker, man? Oh man, I think that book too. So Alice Walker, I think she's banned. So any kind of black expression, any type of black historical, uh, 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 uh books. But nah, man, no. Anything to remind them of how we were treated and how we are treated. Nah, it's a no go. CRT, you could forget it. So it's
Well,
got a lot to do with race.
2 seconds.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm just eating. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'm kind of hungry myself, brother.
This it's interesting. It's good that people talk about that. Like this, it's good that you also pointed out that it's code word. It's still code word racism. Like,
oh yeah.
And the interesting part about it is that the Republicans, at the same time, they don't want to talk about anti-black racism. They don't want to talk about reparations, but they
No.
prefer to use this other dynamic now that's Western versus non-Western. And that's strangely cool. That's a strange similarity. Not even similarity. That's almost the same dynamic going on in a lot of Europe.
Sure.
They prefer to talk about Western versus non-Western, but not race, not racism.
And you have a lot of these migrants aren't black, brother. So,
right.
Future allies of this,
right?
There's 45 million of us, and 70 plus million Hispanics and Latinos, what have you.
I think that's a very interesting thing. I'd be cautious as a Black American moving forward, moving towards this election cycle, because it almost seems like, the parties have decided what they are going to talk about and what they're not going to talk about.
Oh, definitely. That's how it's
And
always.
reparations seems like one they don't want to talk about. And, so I'm curious how African Americans are going to face that. Like, they're not going to be able to talk about reparations or get the parties to discuss it in any real meaningful way. Like, you won't get the Republicans discussing it for sure, which means you won't get many Democrats either, right? So, but what they can battle over is immigration, and they can battle over culture, right? Essentially, in their own way, but maybe Biden sells culture a lot, or Western culture. He sells it in his own way, but at the same time, yeah, it seems to me like he doesn't talk enough about the fact that, well, maybe he does. Maybe he doesn't need to, because I mean, he kind of says the same thing,
Well, you remember what he said?
an approach.
But you remember what he said? He said, "Hey, look, you're not a real African American if you don't vote for me."
Yeah.
Then he also said, "That L Cool J, man, that boy could really rap. That boy, 50 plus years old, man. What are you talking about?" But
Right.
see, the thing is, you're talking to the author of the crime bill. That's Biden. Yes.
Right.
A lot of black folks got together because their communities were being ravaged by crack cocaine and whatever at the time, and all the effects that came with it, ill effects that came with it, all the crime and everything, gunshots, murders, all this, what have you. So that, they had the schedules there, and they put, crack above cocaine, and on these drug schedules, and the offenses became higher for crack dealers, which were mostly who? Us and Hispanics, what have you, right? So, man, that crime bill did a lot of us in. In fact, the war on drugs did a lot of us in, because that war has been on black folks. But so one of the authors of that crime bill, or the main author of it, is Biden.
Right.
So he said, "Oh, my African Americans, I got to help them." Man, you ain't done shit. And now you're going to overburden our communities with this mess, man.
Yeah, it's definitely I think it's going to be the number one issue for this election. I mean,
oh yeah, and see, the thing is,
it's about resources and
yes,
yeah,
and here's the thing, right? Now, all the things that black folks are talking about, we need better schools, we need this, we need that. Now you have the money. You have money to what? Give to Israel to kill people, and you have money to fund these immigrants. Hey, man, what's up? What is this? But you messed up, man. We're messed up over here because we're gonna vote for DeSantis? Hell no.
But let me ask you this: what percentage of the Hispanic population, voting Hispanic population, do you think is pro or anti-immigration?
It's interesting.
I mean, do you think that's is that 30%, 20%?
I think maybe quite a lot, actually. Yeah, interesting, right?
Yeah, that is interesting.
Because I was confounded, man, when I saw some of those proceedings from Chicago, man. You had Hispanics getting up talking a lot. I was like, yo. They were like, no, we're overburdened as it is. No, blah, 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 blah. And I don't blame them, because, I mean, they're overburdened too.
Right.
Because we're all pretty much in the same communities, man.
All right, let's take a look at this real quick. What's happening in New York? They say, even though the mayor has issued this executive order just in the last 48 hours or something like that, this is or 72 hours. So this is what's going on.
Uh-oh.
Six more buses filled with migrants arrived at Port Authority. This was just hours after Mayor Adams issued that new executive order requiring bus companies to give 32. 2 hours notice before arriving in the city. No law enforcement action was taken this morning, but that will change going forward. Violating the executive order could result in fines, confiscation of buses, even jail time. Eyewitness News reporter Darla Miles live at Port Authority right now in Midtown with more. Darla.
Michelle, that 32-hour grace period ended around midnight tonight, but as you mentioned, the buses that arrived overnight were given a little latitude because that was an extended grace period. But the mayor's office says 32 hours is enough time to let them know via email that they are coming with a busload of migrants, because 32 hours is how long it takes to drive from Texas to New York City. The coast is clear near the intersection of West 41st Street and 8th Avenue at Port Authority Friday. Buses packed with tourists came and left all day. As for those transporting migrants, not on the first day of a 3.5-hour window for drop-offs ended at noon. But some 12 hours earlier, 6 buses transporting hundreds of migrants showed up without any warning at all. This unscheduled arrival happening just after a 32-hour grace period ended to enforce new charter bus regulations. The mayor's office addressing the violations, saying moving forward, the NYPD will be monitoring the loading zone outside of the specified hours and gathering evidence against these companies to potentially fine them and impound buses.
It's about collaboration and turning this disorder into order.
Mayor Adams joining the mayor of Chicago and Denver on CNN Friday morning, the second time in just 1 week. The three appearing in solidarity Wednesday when Adams issued an executive order for bus companies transporting migrants that requires at least a 32-hour notice, restricts drop-offs to Port Authority Monday through Friday between 8:30 a.m. and noon, and requires a manifest of everyone on board.
With that executive order, we're saying that between a certain period of time, you're allowed to drop off migrants in the city, but you're going to do it at the location that we specify so we don't overtax our resources, our manpower.
But the true test of this executive order will likely happen during the overnight hours, after 4 buses arrived without notice overnight Wednesday. And last week, the mayor's office said 14 buses arrived in the middle of the night. Now, warning letters have already been sent to bus companies the mayor's office has identified as repeat offenders, and those individuals or corporations face up to a $2,000 fine and up to 3 months in jail.
You know what? That sounds like a pretty good way to go about it. I mean, I'm not saying it's the ultimate solution, but I mean, at the end of the day, you could have whatever policy you want, but if you ain't trying to get a fine, you ain't gonna be driving nobody there.
But wait a minute, who's
Right?
gonna find the drivers?
It's the buses, the bus companies.
Is it $2,000?
No, well, yeah, I think it might be $2,000, but look, so far, New York City, is suing the bus companies for a total of over, 700 million already for what's already been going on. Not
Right.
just what's happening now, what's going forward is one thing, but
Right.
there's already the case of them suing for what has already been going on. Right. And they're suing based on that, on the companies that have been following through with that governor's law in Texas, which is, get them on a bus, send them to New York, y'all. Send them to Dix, send them to the what do they call it? Damn, what are the Republic? Send them to the what are we called? If you ain't Dixie, what are you? If you're not a Confederate, what are you?
Oh, to the Union.
Yeah, send them to the Union. Send them to them damn Union dogs. Yeah, but yeah, they sending them up to the Union, man, the heart of the Union. George Washington, one of his, didn't George Washington come from New York? But yeah, yeah, man. I mean, this is what's going on. So I think that makes good sense. Because on the first point, it's like the governor can say anything you want, but your company is going to get a fine and sued.
Mm-hmm.
So the state, New York State, found a way around all of that. They don't have to just go after the, you know. And so if you want to operate that bus company in New York, right? Don't you need a don't you need some kind of permission to drive people into New York City like that?
Yeah, you need. What do you need a? Don't you need like a? You need like a permit, man.
I think so. I don't think even if your bus company is registered in one state, I think if you're doing business in
They
any other state, you got to be registered too.
Yes, you have to be. So maybe they can
Oh,
registration or whatever, you know.
yeah, I think so. You got to pull up. You got to stop, pull up, and drop people off. I think that in itself, you got to have a permit to do. An individual can drive themselves anywhere, but a company can't.
Mm-hmm.
Company got to have a license to do it.
It's like you'll see this. Yeah, you see those like the states stickers on the car
Right.
on the trucks themselves, buses themselves.
Right. Exactly. So I think that one that's going to do the mayor well in this election. Well, that won't be when is his election? That's not is that this year too?
I don't know. To tell you the truth.
Oh yeah, because you don't live in New York. Let me see something. You used to. Let me find out when that was. When is the NYC mayor election? I'm here.
Yeah, he's been in for like years already.
It's when?
I think it might be this year, bro.
Yeah, I think it's the mayor elections are typically during the presidential ones, I believe. But let me just make sure I got that right here. Oh, there you go. It's 2025, brother. So no, it's right after.
Okay.
It's right after. Yeah, it's 2025. So, yeah, there we go. So, but okay. So it's the following year. Okay, so he seems like that's a good issue that he picked up on. I also think that it makes good sense. Like, if you do want to send people and it's asylum, then you need to do some forward preparation. Like,
Yeah.
you do need to know who the people you're taking their names. You can take their names.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way in hell you can just throw people on a bus and not know even their name and send them to another state. Man, that's trafficking, motherfucker. You can't do that. Yo, this is some entering some other criminal realm too. But now you can't just do that, So I think that. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Texas might be trying to avoid things like that because again, that means they got to spend a little more time, a little more money, writing down some names, preparing the time when the bus can show up in a specific place. It's not so like
Yeah, but
they were just like send them motherfuckers to New York City, man. Send them to Times Square.
Yeah, but
they're dropping them off at a tourist destination.
Right
Go
there.
ahead. Go ahead.
But didn't DeSantis do the same thing? He sent people to New Hampshire or something?
Yes. He sent them to Martha's Vineyard, man. What kind of shit is that?
Yeah, that's
but
crazy.
Martha's Vineyard, they was like, "Oh, we're gonna show you, man. Sure, we got room."
Wow.
Yeah, man. They were probably very progressive. They saw that for what it was and was like, "Okay, we can't just send them back. We need to welcome them in a big way and put it on TV, and then talk about how wrong it was to handle people that way."
But that is trafficking. That's trafficking. If you ask me.
I think so, man. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's how wild the governor of Texas is, at least. Like, you cannot just, I'm pretty sure I noticed. I don't think you can just put people on a bus and transport them somewhere else without taking their fucking names, dude. You can't even do that. You can't get on a bus yourself without them knowing your name. You got to buy a ticket and give your name, dude. Your ID. Come on, man.
Ted Cruz is half Mexican, right? He's from Texas.
I believe so.
What's he
have some ancestry.
What's he saying about it?
Let's go.
He's in favor. He's in favor of shutting that border down, building a wall, and all that other mess, man. You see what I'm saying? So, hey, they were like, "What? You're bringing more migrants in here? Nah, man, take them to New York, man. Send them to New York."
Yes, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. That's absolutely right. I think that is what he did, and I think if you, I think that what they're doing is like instead of going with the most heinous concept
Yeah.
criminally, I think they just said, you know what, they're going to try to do something that they're going to play politics on this one, maybe, is a better way to say it. Because in reality, I think that there's even a worse there's there's worse that could be made of that type of action.
Well,
Like,
they're saying like, you Democrats wanted this. New York is a sanctuary state. Hey, here you go. Here you go. This is what you Democrats wanted, right? So this is what you got.
yeah, it makes good sense. But write the damn names down and process these people. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I think that's where the charade, that's where the political game is, because I think Texas, the moment they start processing them, that's what they don't want. Because I think somewhere in the asylum law, is like when this process starts, you have to finish it.
But do you think that these people have IDs? All of them have IDs?
According to the asylum law, for them to get into the country, right then and there, you have to take their names. So if you find out they're not even they have to have some sort of, I think it's a very intelligent, it doesn't seem like a lot that they're requesting, but it's just the beginning. But it seems like it is something that creates another issue Texas don't want to deal with, that's going to uncover some other things,
Right. And if they do have IDs, are they real?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So
they have to be if you take a person in, they have to be given some sort of identification. So if they have identification, how come they don't have names? And if they don't, it seems like there might be something else going on too. That's violating law. I think that's kind of where they're pushing that. I'm pretty sure he might have collaborated a little bit with the Democratic Party on that, on exactly what to do. It's an election year and everything for Biden. So, I think it was a good call though. I'm for it, man. I've been changing my mind. At first I wasn't so, I'm not anti-immigrant because I'm a damn immigrant myself. How hypocritical would that be? But I think that the U.S. is not dealing with this in the most comprehensive manner.
No.
And, it's not been, but there's a lot that can be said. I mean, people will go on and say that a lot of the immigration has a lot to do with the policy of the United States government in Central America. In the first place, right? In South America. That's what people have been saying for decades now.
Yeah.
Due to, for example, Mexico, they have American plants. They're making cars and doing other things, manufacturing. A lot of South American companies, their goods end up in the U.S. Maybe through raw materials, the companies are there, or through other means, right? But the people aren't getting paid a decent wage. The people are like, really getting paid pennies. I mean, I think when I went to, and then this is a good situation. A good situation would be you have a job in let's say, for example, like Colombia. You have a job, and Colombia is not even the worst set of, people aren't facing the worst set of circumstances there. Imagine if it was Venezuela, right? But in Colombia, let's say, one month's wage is like what the average person would get paid in the U.S. one day.
Yep.
So that one day wage has to do you the whole month. You see? Now imagine if you didn't have a job.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, that 1 month, by the way, that 1 month pay, even if you did get that job and you have that, right? That's not even enough for you to save up any money to buy a passport. Even if you could legally flee,
Right.
legally get education in another country, legally apply for something somehow, that's not even enough money to get a passport, bro. Passport costs money when you look at it. That would be a whole. Imagine what a passport costs. You could pay for your passport with 1 day's work, right? Basically, that's what an average American could do. What is that? $200, 150? Maybe that's 2 days' work. You could say if you really got it hard, right?
Okay.
I don't know, what is the wage. You make 100. Isn't 100 is $100 a day in a place like DC? That's not enough. But
That's
let's say, go ahead.
that's not enough anywhere, like especially not in New York City, bro. Hell no.
Right, the major cities, that's not enough. 100 is not enough a day. That right? But let's say West Virginia,
Oh, okay.
right? Just 100 a day would be like decent, you could say, and but let's say the passport costs 2 days. Well, then $200. Well, then that's it could, for some people it might be close to 200 now, a U.S. passport. Let me just Google that real quick, because since I said that and I have the Google open, how much does a USA passport cost? I can't even remember. I got to get one in a couple, 2 more years, 3 more years now, a new one. Okay, so the passport book, okay, the book and card is 160. The book is 130. What is it? But I think the book is the one you really need. But I'm not sure anymore, man. That's interesting. So 100. All right. Well, mine, yeah. Okay, 130, and then maybe there's some other little fee they throw on there. So 130. The reality is that people just ain't make in South America. Let me do it one even better. Let me do this. How much does a Colombian passport cost? Let me see here. Okay, that's even cheaper. Passport Bogota. Okay, so that's 40. That's half. I didn't even think it was. I thought it was. I thought it was. Okay, they got some. Okay, 69. So $70. Okay. Yeah, I mean, to be able to make that $70, save up $70 when you're getting 100 a month, right?
Yep.
Let me see one more thing. That's like
No, but you have to see how much it costs in Colombia. You know what I mean? Or Venezuela.
In Colombia, how much does it cost?
Yeah, it's not going to cost that much.
The passport.
I don't think so.
Well, they said $69.
But in Colombia?
Yeah, I mean, it's 269 pesos, Colombian pesos is 69 US dollars. So
Okay.
70 US dollars.
That's a lot of money.
Right. In the US, okay, well, there was an issue there. In the US, for the first time passport and card, it's 195. So it's like 130 for a passport now in the US. But even 69 to a Colombian citizen, when you're making $100 a month, that's a whole lot of money. How much does a Colombian make a month? A month wage. And I'm not even sure how accurate it is, but I think whatever they're saying here is not even, it may not be as, it could vary depending on what kind of job you have, obviously. Look at this.
Right.
Monthly wage, $264.
All right, so
before taxes.
It's like a quarter of that. So you got to save
before taxes, man.
Right. Oh shit. So you gotta save like half a year for that.
Got to do a whole
You
lot
gotta
of
pay rent.
saving.
You gotta pay food. You got children. You got, you know what I'm saying? So
Damn.
You could buy that passport in it with a day's work. That's like a month's work, man. Saved up just for the passport.
It's crazy.
So and then this is what it is if you have a job. Imagine if you don't have a job. So I think, and this is Colombia, one of the better South American countries.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's stable compared to many others.
It sure
you know,
is.
more stable and doing a lot of industry and things like that. I mean, things are hopefully, they had a lot of protests last year in Colombia, man. Ooh, huge ones, man. Just some people were killed too, I believe, many. But the people are overall saying that the general consensus is that the economics of South America are tied to the poor diplomacy and trade or trade laws with North America. Basically,
right.
This is what they or policies of North America. You know, mainly, i.e., USA, right? Yeah, man. So, what do you think's going to win out, bro? What do you think went out there? Do you think the masses of people from Central and South America that migrate for, reasons of safety or for whatever reason, it could be safety from shelter, not having shelter, or it could be, safety from a dictator or a political regime
Right.
or a certain group in a segment of society that's violent towards the other, or, what do you think about that? What do you think can win out here?
Man, that's a deep question, man.
Because I'm just saying that because to me it seems like if you don't find a solution, then you're finding a band-aid. And if you're finding a band-aid,
but that's what it is.
How much more of it how much is it really to the US citizen?
See, but check this out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now, why can't the US just take money, right? You're going to spend a lot of money on these on migrants, right? Anyway, right? Housing them, feeding them, what have you, right? And help take that money and help build up the infrastructure from where they're from. Why not? Send advisors there, help boost the economy. You see, they can create new jobs, what have you. You see, but they don't do that. They keep these folks poor, so they can have like an endless supply of what cheap workers. Is this the end game? I think I'm gonna have to move to the Netherlands too, bro.
It just doesn't seem. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Because I'm being facetious in a way, but I'm not joking. On the other hand, and it's like, yo, because what's America turning into? I don't know, man. I don't know. And it's bad because you have
it's reaching some sort of impasse.
It's going to create a loggerhead, man. This is serious.
Nationally, man. It seems like it's approaching some sort of impasse. Yeah, like
this is serious. This is like, like pull the eject button, push the eject button, bro. That's what
it's serious. And the difference is that in Europe you don't see the difference. You see it a little bit. That people do. Don't get me wrong. I'm not Danish, so I can't speak for a Dane, you could say, but
right.
As an American living here, you don't see this on the streets so openly like this. You don't see this at all, man. You don't see it at all. Yeah, I mean, you see the complaints here would be like bottle collectors, people that are, they're immigrants or asylum seekers, and they can't really get any other job because here, unlike the U.S., you pretty much are not going to be getting employment without a legal residency. Yeah, there's not that. The other world, they do have it. It exists, but it's done in such another way. Like, but it's still just as illegal. Let's say you're immigrant and you don't have legal papers. Sometimes people work under other people's names.
Right. Yes.
And yeah, and so whoever's name you're working under is getting the benefits of that too. We're not talking about just the salary, but whatever is going to their pension, because
Yes.
something has to be put out to the pension. Whatever is going to the other things that you got to pay taxes for, that person gets those benefits. Whereas though the person who's working under their name gets none, you just get that salary, part of the salary, right? The base one. And yeah, but in the US, it seems like it's even worse. I guess it's the same, or is it the same? People just work under somebody else's social security number. That's what it would be, right?
No, bro.
Oh, they working just without even any papers.
Any of that mess, man. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't see that here, man. That you can't get that here.
The issue that is, you don't know who's in your house. They're gonna come in your apartment and do work. So who the hell is this? Check this out. So when I was working, like when I was the walking steward, that's what I used to do. I used to, I did nothing but union business every day, all day, for like 8 years straight. And I'm sitting in the human resources director's office, and I'm waiting to be seen. I'm like second in line to be seen, right? And there was a white man that was in a suit and tie sitting next to me. And her door opened up and she said, "Mr. Martinez, you can come in now." Now it's only me and this dude. My last name ain't Martinez, bro. So I'm looking at him like, oh shit, this guy's name is Martinez, And when he got up, I saw that Glock, bro, on his left-hand side. He came in, they closed the door. She came, couple of minutes later, door opened up. She said, "I got to talk to you." I was like, "Okay." And she was like, "We have to fire 5 of your members." I was like, "For what?" You know what I mean? And she said, "Because immigration has audited our workers here, the workers here, and five 32 BNJ members, they were here under false pretenses, man." Oh, snap. They had falsified records or whatever, identification and all that. Nothing we could do about it. That was it. Nothing. They had to go. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. But it's like, well, damn, where to get those records to begin with? The ID and all that mess, man, and Social Security card and all that, or did they really have to in the beginning when they first came? Did they really have to have that? Did they have a hookup with someone at the job or whatever? Who knows?
Right.
But now, call immigration. What's going to happen?
Well, this hookup, like what you said, it's like I think that goes back to the thing about when you're bringing in so many, depending on how you're dealing with them. I mean, if you mismanage them, then you're creating these opportunities for these hookups because it's built into it. It's like a vacuum. Like, okay, you have all these people, and now they're here, and they have an issue all together. All this segment has a particular issue, and they're all gathered in one place. Well, it's that much easier for someone that wants to take advantage of that and start doing the hookup false papers, it
Sure.
gives them an advantage because there's a mass of them sitting in one place.
Sure.
It's right there waiting. You can clean up in one day. The hookup, the network becomes alive instantly almost. It's self-prophesized in a sense.
Yes, but see what's so crazy is, like, I'll tell you right now, that was like in maybe 2001, let's say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, man, what you gonna do? Shut half of the work site down? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's another aspect to it. Yeah, that's true. The job they were fulfilling illegally.
What immigration going to go to the construction site? They're working on the World Trade, the Freedom Towers or whatever, or they're working on they're doing something in the Empire State Building. Now those aren't members. So who do they work? Right?
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, these people, they're going to be hidden in the base populations.
What?
Right. Yeah, they're going to be working and living in the base population. They're not going to be working for the NYCPD.
People are going to be
in the mayor's office.
Well, I'll tell you what, if there's construction to be done in the mayor's office, you know who's going to be doing it.
Yeah, that is crazy.
Gracie Mansion. If they need some touch-ups or whatever on the wall, or some painting to be done, who's going to do that?
The U.S. has created its own kind of dark economy. With this kind of stuff, with yard work, just the illegal. They've created the setting for it. I'm not saying this to issue blame. I just mean, like, some of the issues that they're having are like issues due to their own policy.
But see, right,
capitalism.
I'm sorry.
Capitalism. You want the best worker for the cheapest amount of money. Well, guess what? You might get that from an illegal immigrant, right?
Yeah, but it's not even the best worker. You just want the job to be done.
They will carry those boxes for longer.
Right. Now you're an American and you need benefits to carry those boxes. You need a living wage to carry those boxes, right?
They don't want to do that. They don't want, look, you might have to work harder. You might have to work harder physically than a police officer, but you're going to get paid less.
Yeah, you
what don't make no sense.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. They're using the migrant population to union bust.
Yeah, to union bust. That's what it ultimately comes down to.
It comes down to, and I'm not trying to sound like Jim Bob and Earl. Hey, they took our job. This is America. No, because you can't blame.
But a lot of other things come with that union safety.
But true too.
But
you can't blame the migrants themselves. It's these contractors, man. These business owners, man. They're greedy.
Mm-hmm.
They're greed. Like you said, the capitalism. These people are working at less than half of what you would pay, right? Plus no benefits. I don't know. Maybe not even a day off. Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
And what happens when somebody gets hurt? Does somebody call OSHA? Does somebody call what? You know? So
it's crazy, man.
It's crazy. So it's just so bugged out, man. I mean, like I said, I used to work in this, in a huge cooperative, right? It's the biggest one in America, I can say right now. And they would have, let's say they're going to redo the sidewalk. The sidewalks, the walkways inside the community, let's say, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who's doing that work?
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Who's
Mm-hmm.
doing that work? Now, you have people who may live there, who pay rent there, who don't have, who probably been laid off from their construction jobs or what have you, because of the same thing. Are you asking? Are you letting them come do it?
Mm-hmm.
Nope. Nope.
Right. Yeah, that's true. It's
You
crazy.
know.
Yep.
So that's crazy to me, man. Man, America eats us young, bro. For real. For real.
Yeah.
You know. If America was a parent, man, you have to call CPS every day. Seriously,
Mm-mm.
it's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
Terrible.
crazy, man. It
Crazy.
seems like there's a lot of s-
And man, yeah,
politics going on.
yeah. And I'm telling you, there was a time where you would threaten a manager with calling immigration, right? If they ever dared to use migrants to do union work, right? Because I was in a
Yep.
situation like that too, and maybe a few, and they'd be like, "Ooh, sorry." So don't call the feds. Oh yeah, we're gonna call the feds on you, bro. But now I don't even think that's even a threat. They probably laugh in your face.
Yeah. It's gone on for too long. That's for damn sure. It's like it, but all sides of this coin has been going on for so long. It's
Yeah. Oh
but I
yeah.
do think it's reaching an impasse this election. I think it's probably going to be the number one issue because the U.S. I think that the Republicans and Democrats they might fight over things like infrastructure. They might have these debates and all of that shit, but at the end of the well, they're not doing that well. They didn't do that well. Maybe I can't make that argument. I mean, because there's so many examples of how they just didn't do enough, right? And when there's a debate over it, and Republicans are always trying to either lessen the money or complain about the money, it seems like okay, they're doing that at the same time. Folks are always coming up short anyway. So that's not a good look to be like anti-infrastructure and or passive on the infrastructure when you're having hurricanes, drowning people out left and right, bridges falling out and shit like that. That doesn't do well. But this issue, it seems like now Americans they understand enough about like infrastructure. There has to be a lot of reform on that, and then you have to educate people to be a part of the infrastructure plan to build those roads to make these new dams and all of this stuff. You need laborers, but they should be skilled. And what I wonder here is that it seems to me like most Americans accept that now, but the thing that is unresolved, that's a big gaping hole, is like the immigration now. That seems to be the last one. Um, I mean, of course, there's reparations. don't get it twisted, but we know we can pretty much guess that nobody's going to have the balls.
Well,
excuse me.
Yeah, this is like this may be the straw that breaks the camel's back, man. For real. And you're right. There's major works to be done all around America. Now, let's take New York City. You better take care of that GW, the George Washington Bridge. You better paint it. Because you know what happens if they don't paint it?
It rust
because of all the bird shit.
Yeah, oh, they crazy, man.
Yeah,
and my goodness.
Yeah, man. So, you better do something.
Yeah, they don't even have people maintaining that damn bridge. It's like bird shit. That's your problem.
Yeah, it eats through the spans. It eats through the metal, man. So they have to paint it. But the thing is that they better have enough money in their budget to do it. Don't use no cheap ass paint. You better use what you've been using so the damn thing don't fall down.
Yeah, and make sure somebody really does the job, because I mean, it's one thing, they have all these, that's the problem with when capitalism comes in, when money is put on, where somebody making money is the priority over the job getting done. And it's like you could go out there in emergency situations and contract all kinds of people, all kinds of companies to do all kinds of jobs, but can you check their work? You don't know who's really doing the fucking work when you use all these crazy means to get cheap labor.
Yeah.
I mean, really, is that bridge, that should be that should be something that is done so well that the bridge almost experiences zero corrosion.
So, but think about it.
That should be a priority. All bridges, right?
Yeah, bridges, tunnels, the roads.
Yep.
Right. Now there's city workers, but hey, man, they just laid off 90% of the park cleaners. They suspended an NYPD class, right? The recruits from coming in, right? What else have they cut? And the migrants are still there. So what's the solution? What is the end solution for the migrants, man? What are they going to do?
Yeah. This is
Something's
anyway, brother. It's good. Yeah, something's got to give, man. Something's got to give. I think it's going to give, man. I'm surprised. Actually, we got to have this conversation about immigration again, just as just as one topic show, and see who else we can get on this, because I know Tar would have loved to be up on this one today, because he's really communicating lately a lot about immigration and different theories about it, and it would have been cool to have him up here with you. But it seems like it's a serious issue. I've been late on this topic because I'm not in the US,
right?
Period. I'm not seeing it every day. I guess when you see it, it kind of ignites a little something in you, a little extra sense of urgency.
And I'm gonna tell you something like this, man. Thank God I'm out of New York, man. Out of the city. I'm happy, blessed to be out of there, man. But I feel for my brothers and sisters that's going through that every day, man. That have to deal with this, because it really hasn't impacted people just yet. But it's coming. It's got to come to a head. And I think folks need to wake up and start demanding more from their mayor and from the political structure there, man. They have to.
It's a federal government issue, the immigration.
It is,
and how they manage it, and it definitely is way out of control. Like, I mean, and there's a lot of ways you can go at it, but it seems to me like one disadvantage is that whenever you start talking about money, if it's money and if the money is going to anything else but a wall, Republicans don't seem to want to deal with it. So, but the answer might literally be money to some other things besides just the wall.
Right.
Because you got numerous things popping up that are becoming problematic. Like, number one, you can't just be dropping off all these people in one place.
No.
Like, that is just insane. It that creates many other problems to have to deal with, Then how, there's a question of how many can you let in that is reasonable economically, and and then there's the integration part of it. How do you integrate these people into society so that they can be a team player with you rather than just be another group of people against you, or to have some indifference against you, you know what I'm saying?
But America's not into that. So that team player thing ain't ever going to happen. That's not going to happen, bro. I mean, not for nothing, I've known people who've been in America, man, for 40, 50 years. They can't speak English, bro.
Yeah, that's not good. That
So,
can't work. That can't work, bro. That can't work.
It's working. I mean, that's just how it's been. That's just how it's been. So that ain't never going to happen, man.
But then you hear us. But do you do hear people you hear arguments against that. Like there's people saying, yeah, but Texas used to be Mexico. Why can't we speak Spanish there? And why can't we? Arizona used to be Mexico. How come we can't speak Spanish? They would call it decolonizing, right? Or to some degree, I don't know. That don't make no sense because Spanish is a colonial language, but
I was gonna say that, so you better start speaking like
native,
or nautical, or however you say it. And so
for that to work, right? Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. So the thing is that everybody wants to be comfortable, or whatever, but no, man, no. See, the thing is that our ancestors were forced to learn English because we had to do whatever we were forced to do. We didn't seek asylum here. Our ancestors were dragged here against their will. And
no rights, slaves.
And then here we go as, reparations or what have you.
Yeah, we didn't have any workers' rights. We didn't even couldn't get a job. It was slavery.
We were human beings. And I guess we're still not, you see what I'm saying? I mean, the way we're treated, but the thing, we may be on paper,
Mm-hmm.
And also think about this. Now, how do you vet people coming in? There's no way you can ever know if that's their real name or not. You don't know if kind of diseases, their medical history, what have you, right?
No.
Mental health, you don't know about that either.
No.
Then you're going to unleash them into the Black community?
Yep. Basically.
Oh, shit.
Yep. During the time of gentrification.
Damn. How about that?
People barely holding on to what they got, and all of a sudden, boom, here you go.
Here you go.
And that person's going to clean those windows cheaper than you.
Cheaper than you. With a smile on his face.
Yeah, ready. Just like, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And then when he gets the right to vote, you know who he's voting for? Mr. Trump.
Yeah.
Beaver Trump.
Yeah. Yeah. What's up, Jade? Yeah, it's a conundrum. So I think it's gonna be there. What's up, a bit tight? Yeah, it's a serious issue, man.
Yeah, it's serious, man. It's serious. Damn, I might have to step out of here too, man. I might have to go, man. This crazy out here, bro. It's crazy.
Well, the EU has, it'd be interested. It would be also like when we get a chance to get another one, to get another show with a topic just on immigration, and then kind of see how the EU is dealing with that in comparison to the US. That would be kind of cool to give some perspective on that too. Because I realize in the election time, that's really what people want to know. A lot of times Americans don't get to know how their counterparts are doing stuff. And there are some good things. Like if you didn't know, like for example, here, when you have a child, you get in a year off, the parents can split that year off from work, right? Well, if you're American and you get 6 weeks and you don't know that, okay, in the EU, that's what a lot of places are giving, right? You wouldn't know it's possible. You would think it's abnormal. And a lot of Americans, even though it's something good, they think it's like a trick behind it. Like, they start thinking backwards, like, nah, you don't need a year. I don't want to pay for you to have a year. They start thinking of it that way, but it's insane to think of it that way, but I understand it, But on the flip side, the EU, they're more social, but harsher on immigration.
But see, the thing is, that's
what we should be fighting for, man. But see, the thing is that it's a different type and class of people that run our prospective government. See, the thing is that these were Europe's rejects that came over here.
Yeah, that's true. They're acting like rejects. God
You
damn.
know, these people here put the race and racism, bro.
They put the ruh and
and
reject.
capitalism, right? You know, and the thing is that although I guess Europe would be their motherland. Nah, man.
No,
Any,
no, it ain't. We
nah,
ran away from the queen and the king. We ran
that's
away from oppression.
and they became master manipulators and oppressors here.
You know,
and a lot of the stuff that these Central and South Americans are running from have been caused by these master manipulators and oppressors here.
Mm-hmm. And they all ran away from the crown. All of them.
Oh yeah.
They're still doing the same shit.
Oh yeah. And then, but what's so amazing is that like 99% of all of the presidents were related to George V.
Yeah, that's crazy. Brits.
Yep. Obama included.
Germans, British, Germans, French, Russians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel you. It's Denmark. Even I think actually the Queen of Denmark, she just stepped down, but
yes,
I think she was at the head of it. She might have been maybe one of the top ranking family members, yo. If in that line that you're talking about, that's what people have been telling me. I've heard people talk about that all the time. This kind of family.
Yeah, they're all related. All the heads of state, all the the kings and queens of Europe, they were all related. Some way or the other. Well, yeah. So the thing is that we got the rebels over here.
Mm-hmm. The rebels. Yeah.
The rebels took over this over here.
It ain't nothing. USA is another Liberia.
Yeah.
Basically, right? I mean, it's crazy, man.
So the thing is that so humanity is looked upon differently, where you are as opposed to where I am.
Well, in terms of the national policy, it's more social, but it's harder on immigration, period. So
right,
they view it as like, on one hand, the dollars are to serve, you got to have social programs in order with with your profits, right? You can't make profits and have the social programs suffer. The base, for the social welfare system has to be intact, right? And within that base is like free healthcare, paid schools, these kind of things, and so and also like we said, a year leave when you have a child, also your vacation. Everybody by law, you have to have a vacation, paid vacation by law, right? And so, but at the same time, in the country where those things all exist, they're very harsh on. You could say they've been criticized for being harsh on immigration. So, but yeah, so it seems like they have, on one hand, they do have a sense of humanity, obviously, and social welfare. They have a sense of that, human rights, but they first are making sure that everybody inside of the country has those rights, and then they're bringing in people through maybe a tighter filter, you could say.
Yeah, so there's no school to prison pipeline. There's no redlining. There was no
right.
You know, you know,
Well,
you know.
by the way, Denmark will be finished if there's a lot of people that, and I agree to a large extent. Like, if Denmark
Mhm.
didn't have these kind of policies, because you see, the social welfare programs are propping up the other things in the society that are quote unquote the hallmarks of being Danish.
Mm.
Like, number one,
Mhm.
keeping your own language. There's only 5 million people, 6 million people that speak Danish, less than 6 million, 5 million really, that probably speak Danish in the world.
Oh.
So,
Wow.
yeah, so, you don't want that the language can be overrun. You see what I
Wow.
mean? Like, yeah, 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 yeah. I mean, well, because you think about it, everybody here speaks English too, pretty much.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So, what's the use of the Danish language? Right? Well, guess what though? When you come here and you in this program, I mean, you're going to have to go to school to learn Danish. I mean, if you don't speak Danish, you're not going to get a job. You can get a job, but you're going to have you're going to be getting the least of the work sector, you could say, and the least treatment.
Mm.
Yeah, you will be getting far less out of the society in that
Well,
way. You could say most people, yeah.
well, here you could be a supervisor. Okay, check this out. So there was a federally mandatory human resources training video we all had to watch, right?
Mm-hmm.
The supervisor came in, Dominican dude. I know he can't speak English. I'm, talk to this guy every day, right? So, so after the video, he comes up and was like, this shit wasn't even necessary. He says this in Spanish. He's like, this shit's not even necessary anyway, or whatever, right? Because he couldn't understand it anyway.
Necesito.
Something like that, right? So, but the supervisor, bro, he's management. This guy was, man, because of people hooking him up in there, right? So the thing is that English, man, English in America is a second language, man, to a lot of people, man. That means that it's not even important to speak it for you to excel. This guy was making more money than I was making.
Yeah,
You
you
know,
won't find that inside of the in the you definitely won't find that in any governmental sector in Denmark. That won't be happening. If you don't speak Danish, you won't be working in any governmental sector. Which is not to say it's just like being a
shit.
NYC employee, right? Like this, you won't be working for the NYC city.
Brother. Yeah.
You might be working in some other. You might work at in a warehouse moving boxes. You might be there's some other things you might be able to do, but you won't be getting above that, and you won't be getting into any governmental thing
No,
at
anything that
all.
requires a test. No,
Yeah,
you won't be doing.
exactly. They don't do that. You're
No.
going to have to be able to speak Danish.
Yeah.
Even if your job requires you speaking English.
I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? Isn't that funny? That's so funny.
Yeah, like
Even if the job is about you speaking English, you're gonna have to speak Danish first.
But I understand that because that's nationality. I mean, not for nothing. That's the cultural identity of
Yeah.
of Denmark. But in America, nah, man, you can speak whatever you want to speak.
It creates a lot of problems, man. I don't like it either, man. It's true. It bothers me because then you watch someone who's like, damn, this person is like, is my supervisor, and they don't even speak the language.
Nope.
It's like, what else is going to go wrong here?
You can be illiterate.
Yeah.
And
what's worse than having a person in your country, your own country, that doesn't speak the language but is looking down on you.
Shit.
What the fuck?
You know how many times it's happened to me personally?
Oh my God. That is just the worst, brother.
Yep.
How many times?
Oh my God.
50
Yeah.
in your lifetime? It's once a year. Yeah.
Once a year, please. Not for nothing. Because if you see the same, dude every day,
dang,
and he's driving the big truck, the Benz or whatever, and you're sitting there like taking a bus.
Right.
Right. This is the private sector I'm talking about primarily, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So where anything goes in the private sector, man.
Yeah,
Anything.
it's true. Private sector, all you need to, it's anything goes to get the job done.
Anything goes to get the job done. Anything goes, promotions, whatever, and it's like, come on, man. This guy can't speak English. He's in an English only, federally mandated, right? Human resources, tolerance video, a class, whatever. That wasn't because of the company being nice. That was from the federal government, bro. That they had to do it.
Hey man, I arrived when I came to the U.S. I forget when. If I don't, it wasn't my last trip. It was one before that, or maybe the third one before that. Yeah, but I felt that way going through customs, man, in Dulles Airport, because this is like, at that time, I don't know if they still do it the same, but this is like third-party contracts doing customs.
Yep.
And you sitting there listening to somebody that I know damn well is not American.
Well, they can't speak English, right?
Or it's not a maybe naturalized, maybe they are, but something like that. But I just as an American, born and raised, sitting there listening to somebody who's not, try to figure out who the hell I am. When it's plain as day, like, I got my passport from Washington, D.C.
Right.
That's where I'm born, man. Like, what the fuck, like, and I'm sitting here listening to somebody, and I'm just like, damn, they trying to figure out who I am. What the fuck? I'm trying to figure out who they are.
Right.
Is it really? I'm like, damn, you could get a job like this at customs, but third-party contract. How do you turn customs into a contract? What the fuck is that all about?
Anything.
Give me the police. I want the fucking police here. Somebody that works for the government directly. I don't know if they even do. Go ahead.
They might get a third-party contract too. It's bound to happen, brother.
Let me look this up real quick while I'm here. Is customs at, because I know in every state they got some different rules. Customs at Dulles Airport, third party contract. Let me see, because why not? I don't normally look at this, put too much time into this topic, right? But I am, because obviously this is going to be election time. But who the hell can work in this damn place? That's what I want to know. Like, I don't know if you're going to get an overall answer, because it's probably different state to state, the international, whatever their laws are. But I could have swore Virginia, Dulles is in Virginia. How is customs at Dulles Airport? Section baggage claims. Hold on. I need to. Who's in charge of Dulles Airport? Right. MWAA Authority. Airport Authority Created Consult. Overseas Management. Capital Development. Okay. Is that? Yeah. Maybe I should type. What do I need to look for to find that? Out. What qualifications? Right? Go ahead.
No, because if they're going to come, Patients.
Say that again.
If they contracted it, if they subcontracted it, then maybe you should ask: Can the TSA be subcontracted?
Aha. Yeah, there it is. Can a TSA be subcontracted? Be subcontracted.
Mm-hmm. So, ooh.
Here it is. Is TSA a contract? But they must have some guidelines, even if it is. TSA is a contract usually involving some consideration which outlines support services that the seller agrees to provide the buyer for a defined period of time. Whatever, man. We know that.
Yeah.
What the hell? Who? Do TSA agents go through TSA?
Yeah, of course they do. They have to get screened.
Oh, okay. No, that's different. That's right. They talking about like the baggage screening. Okay, let me see. Okay. Entry level customs agents must meet hiring qualifications. But this might differ from state to state. But let's just see. Or maybe it doesn't. Let me just see here. What does it say about that? Employed by the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, a division of the Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Customs agents or Customs and Border Protection officers enforce laws related to importing, right? Customs agents examine luggage and investigate shipments of goods. Or maybe it's just I wasn't too impressed.
Yeah, maybe they had a heavy accent.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. I don't know, man. They just didn't look. Something seemed real different. Okay. Let me see here. Okay, you got to hear it is, man. This is I'm not dumb, man. It's true, man. Look, being a minimum of 21 years of age and a U.S. resident for at least the previous 3 years.
Oh yeah, there you go.
Okay. Oh, now let me see something here. Okay. Prospective customs. Okay, but in some places it could be citizenship that you need to have.
Yeah, no, you'd have to have, I guess, for any TSA position in America, because it's a what you call it, it's part of customs and border protection.
So when they say U.S. resident, they mean you have to be a citizen that was living in the U.S. for the previous 3 years.
3 years, yep.
Okay, so that's what they mean by that. Okay, because I misread that, because I thought they do away with resident, because it's only dual resident now. So example, if you're a U.S. citizen living outside of the U.S., you're a dual resident now. So you always maintaining residency anyway. Somehow I forget how that's done now, but in any case, okay, so you got to be a citizen. So damn, was it like that?
3 years.
Or maybe all the people are not customs. Maybe there's maybe some of the people are the agents and then they have people under them. No, like the people that are checking the bags are citizens.
Well, which one were you dealing with? The agents or the bag checkers you're talking about?
Yeah, the agents, the bag. Oh, right. Yeah, I was talking about the well, aren't they one and the same? Like, aren't those the same?
No.
Okay.
I know 32B and J was handling bag check, the bag checkers, whatever, or the baggage handler, excuse me, at was it JFK or LaGuardia, one of those two. So now
This is what it comes down to, man.
I
think this may be where the problem is. 15 weeks of training. So there is a big difference, dude. There's a big difference.
You have to have a bachelor's for that?
No, you don't need no bachelor's for this, man.
It said in the bottom, right?
Yeah, go up. I mean, down. I'm down. I'm sorry.
No bachelors.
No, yes, it did. It was highlighted. Keep going. What's that say? And she, well, no, stop. Ooh.
Oh, entry-level customs agents must meet the hiring qualifications. You want me to go back up? So what you said here?
Bachelor's degree, man.
No, man. Come on, man. You can't. Where? Hold on. Let me see something. Let me see. Control F. Bash. Oh, what? Entry-level agents must meet the hiring qualifications or above federal. Or above on the federal general schedule. As a result, customs agents should have a bachelor's degree. Okay, unless they have significant work experience. Well, there it is, showing high aptitude for the job. Prospective custom agents with a master's degree typically qualify. Man, okay, this must be something different though. You know what it is? This is customs.
Oh, it's
Let me go back.
Okay.
TSA.
TSA.
It's, yeah, I think we missing something here because I think that was the customs is a little deeper than TSA. Let me see qualifications to be a TSA agent. And once I figure this out, I'm out of this account for the night. Let me see something. Let's see what they say. Okay, there we go. Well, how to become a TSA agent in 7 steps. Good. That's what we want to know. Now this is starting to make sense. This is it. But I'm like, yo, even TSA, man. Because look, this is a sensitive thing. When you coming back to your own country, you want shit to be done right. You want shit to make sense, you know. And if you don't have a criminal record or something like that, you don't want your time in that line to take more than a few seconds. You know, 1 minute, great. Let me stand here for 1 minute and here's my passport. Here's my, my ticket. This is what I'm coming and this is what I'm leaving. What else is there to it? Right? But these folks, man, sometimes, all right, what does a TSA agent do? No, what does it take? How to become a TSA? Okay, finish your education. Becoming a TSA agent requires earning at least a high school diploma or GED. While not a look at this bullshit.
What?
While not a requirement.
Yeah, for the college.
You may also. No, man. No, you don't have to go to college to be TSA. It says it's not even a requirement.
Yeah, but
look, a high school diploma or GED is not even a requirement. You may also consider pursuing a college degree.
No, college is not a requirement. But yeah, you have to have.
Right. I got you. Okay, I got you. Yeah, the college part is not a okay. Possessing an associate's. Okay, consider earning your. Okay, so this is like, what else is there though? Obtain a relevant experience. Well, that's it. The satisfactory working for the TSA involves meeting certain requirements. The organization requires employees to be at least 18 years old, be U.S. citizens, have a high school diploma, and proficiency in English language. As you progress through the application process, it may also involve passing tests like background. So in any case, this is maybe it's just a case of, like you said, everybody in the US ain't speaking the same kind of English or speaking. I was sensing, I'm telling you, at Dulles Airport coming through customs, I was sensing a high immigrant population. I don't know why that was. That's just what I was peeping.
Yeah, but they probably were.
They're just citizens. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I get you. I need to maybe. I'm not used to discussing things this way, but it is this part of it. It's just the cold facts, man. Background check, color, medical. Yeah, attend the interview. Okay, so it doesn't really. But at least you have to be a citizen. But then again, what the hell does that mean these days? It's like, all right, man. Well, it's been. Oh damn, Jay's been on it. Sorry about that. I missed some of the comments. Let's see here. Religious persecution. Okay. Oh, right. Now I got that. I got that. All right. Stuff like yeah. Yeah, brother. Well, I'm gonna cut it short to it's been a few hours now. Yeah, man. It's almost 5 hours, man. Gotta shut this one down.
Dang.
But it's been a blessing as usual. Good to
Yes,
hop up.
sir.
I'm gonna be back tomorrow night. So what happened? I think Divinely Inspired got did I cut you out? I hope not. But in any case, yeah, I'm gonna. Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
I thought maybe I pressed the wrong button or something. Yeah, but it's been a good discussion, and I'm gonna see where else I'm gonna go with this. It was some more shenanigans I thought I would get into today with some of this other these other folks popping up. You know, there was which well there's one other story. What was the story that came out that's about somebody in the industry that's been outed as well? One other person, but in any case, it was cool to get into the immigration a little bit today. So
Yeah.
that's got to be something we take up again soon, rather than later. So who knows? But I'm definitely going to be logging on Saturday evening. I don't
Okay.
know. It's still Friday in the U.S., right? So
Yep.
yeah, so I'll be on tomorrow night as well. So I catch everybody. Yo, you want to say a few? You got a few last words, brother?
Oh no, bro. It was, it was a great show, brother. And
I appreciate it.
appreciate you, brother. Appreciate everybody in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
see you all tomorrow.
Yeah, you much appreciated too, my brother.
Thank you, brother.
And I saw you over there on Queen's Throne the other day in the chat too.
Yeah.
That was a crazy show.
Yeah.
They going insane. That's
Yeah.
what I wanted to talk about. The HOK.
Yeah.
That's what we'll do tomorrow.
Cool.
All right, man. We'll be good. See everybody. Catch everybody tomorrow. Have a good evening to those of you in the US, and good morning to everybody in the EU. I'm out of this camp. Peace.